Kwai development node has commenced. Planning for the Aussie urban industrial development has also commenced. The redesign and final technical planning for Delville Park and the Sweet Pea residential developments are underway. The feasibility report for the Croc Farm social housing project of 400 housing units has been finalized and is to be tabled to council. We've commenced with the basic scoping for the Groeneweide site. We have placed a number of sites in Eden Park, which is IRF 325, out to tender for business, social, and religious use. We've hosted various engagements with the informal traders and their representative body. We are reviewing the informal trading bylaw. Guidelines are to be tabled to MACO in November for the implementation of mobile businesses, in other words, food trucks. We've hosted various skills development and training opportunities, such as how to pitch, on business skills, on business etiquette, on how to submit tenders. There's a funding proposal for a 3-year incubator for SMMEs, which will have a special focus on women and youth. The rollout of various entrepreneurship programs, such as the innovative new businesses that have been created around mobility, and this also includes that through the allocation of almost 100 bicycles. Explore Our Hood is a local company who have started a culinary bicycle tour in Thembalethu. We are also working in the areas of emerging developer and contractor training. Our tourism section is working with the Heritage Committee in Pacaltsdorp to record the wonderful stories community there. There are dine with the local hosts in both the communities of Thembalethu and Pacaltsdorp. We have also trained a number of cultural site guides who are active in Thembalethu and Pacaltsdorp. We are assisting to further increase their skills by giving nature site guide training. At human settlements, with regard to IRF 325, a total of 791 of the 1,091 houses constructed have been handed over to qualifying beneficiaries. The remainder of 614 houses are also being prepared for handover in the near future. Total of 94 houses were handed over in the past 6 months, as well as 13 FLISP units. At the Metro grounds, 200 FLISP units, 93 B&G, breaking new ground double-story units, and 130 B&G single-story units and 13 units for persons with disabilities will be constructed. Contractor Ruacon has been appointed and construction has commenced. First feedback meeting with the beneficiaries was held successfully on 11 October 22. The Thembalethu UISP project was approved for the construction of 4,350 service sites in Thembalethu. To date, a total of 1,746 service sites have been handed over to beneficiaries. Some of these have been awarded a consolidation subsidy, which allowed the property owner to build a home. Phase 3 to 5 of the UISP has been approved for 2,145 service sites and planning is underway. Retaining walls for various sites in Thembalethu are being constructed. 145 waterborne toilets are being installed in Uniondale and Thembalethu. In closing, Speaker, it is important for us as Council to regularly reflect on our roles as councillors, providing the policy direction for the administration. We need to record our appreciation to our administration who have willingly taken up the huge task of improving and fixing George. This takes enormous dedication. It's our administration that has achieved the monumental list of activities that I have just mentioned. We should not underestimate the work capacity and performance of this team and the sacrifices that they make every single day. Our municipal manager and directors often quite correctly feel overwhelmed with what they deal with daily, at night, and over weekends. On behalf of Council, I want to take this opportunity to thank each one of you as senior staff members and your teams work that you do to make George the sought after intermediate city that we are fast becoming. Thank you so much. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Alderman van Wyk. For the address, we now move over to the reply from the ANC. You have 3 minutes.
Speaker.
Councillor Ndaka, can I please ask the rest of the people in the area where you are to put their volume down?
Please.
We are receiving an echo and I cannot hear you clearly. Thank you. Your 3 minutes starts now.
Can you please mute or switch off, guys? The volume. Volume. Give me 10 seconds, Speaker.
Your time is running, Councillor.
Can I start? Fine.
I'm waiting for you, Councillor.
Okay. Thank you, Speaker. As the ANC, we are listening to the mayor dwelling, mentioning our communities, because we've been saying that he doesn't mention our communities. People out there will think that the mayor cares about these communities, while this mayor doesn't even know where is Tabata Street in Zone 9. The mayor is saying that Tabata Street phase 1 is done now. It's as if the phase 1 is done now. It's not like that. Phase 1 was done long time ago. All these past council meetings, you are mentioning substation in Thembalethu, you are mentioning the sewerage upgrade, you are mentioning the phase 1 and phase 2. We are sitting with challenges in Thembalethu that needs you, Mayor. Mayor, we know as Thembalethu people that you don't care. You're disrespecting us, Mayor. What meeting? Were you even in one IDP meetings? No. What meetings were you even in one single meeting that you attended in Thembalethu? Not even a single meeting that you were in Thembalethu. The time that you were in Thembalethu, there was a commissioner from the police in Cape Town in the provincial office. You only greet people. You went out, Mayor. You couldn't address your own community, the people that voted for you. It's disgracing having a mayor that doesn't even know the community. It's disgracing, Mayor. Mayor, you are mentioning here the indigent that has served people. That indigent policy that is here in this municipality doesn't speak to our poor communities. People are being turned out here in the office here. Say, go and get your husband. Go and find your husband. Go and find your mama. We're not going to open electricity for you. Is that speaking it? It doesn't speak to our communities. It's bad. Now you are mentioning here that in UISP Zone 6 Area 8C, you've done 90 houses, 100% what electricity. Those people are out of electricity. It's been 2 months, they're sitting without our electricity. You know that you don't come here bragging for us that 96 houses, that is not even 10% of the community. It's not 10% of George. You should be saying to us at least 90% of informal settlements that doesn't have electricity are with electricity at this moment.
5 seconds.
There is a dam here. How many seconds? Yo. There's a dam here. There's a dam that is being built or something that has been done in that dam. No SMM is from Thembalethu that are working there. That company brought people from KwaZulu-Natal. Is that fair to our communities? It's not fair.
Thank you, Councillor. Your time is up. Unfortunately, we only have 3 minutes each. I'm going to move on to the next speaker on this item. That is the party is good. You have 3 minutes. Your time starts now.
Goeiemôre.
Councillor Jay, we have an echo once again.
Is it all right?
Now it's
No.
better. It's better. Thank you.
Okay. Mr. Meyer. Voor ek begin spreek wil ek eers namens Goed sê baie voorspoed vir die matrikulante met hulle eksamen skryf. Dis weer daai tyd van die jaar en ons wil hulle sterkte toewens. Hulle het al reeds begin en almal wat eksamen skryf baie sterkte. Alhoewel u dit nou nie gedoen het nie. Mr. Meyer, u het baie klem gelê op load shedding. En gisteraand, Mr. Meyer, was dit Wijk 16 se IDP vergadering. Ek het so gewish jy kon daar gewees het, Mr. Meyer, om gehoor het wat die mense gevra het. Dieselfde vraag wat die ANC nou aan u gevra het. Was julle al in ons gebiede sodat julle kan verstaan, dat julle kan die volle begrip het, dat julle die gevoel kan hê waaroor dit, wat is die werklikheid regtig, Mr. Speaker. Nou, dis lekker om 'n mooi speech te lees en jy het hom nou mooi uiteen gesit en jy cover nou al die wyke sodat dit nie kan lyk dat jy nou net soos ons altyd sê one-sided is, so Pakkelsdorp Thembalethu almal word gespesifiseer. Maar word die werk werklik in ons wyke gedoen. As u in die IDP vergadering was gisteraand, Mr. Meyer, daar was nie kans vir die mense om 'n voorlegging te doen nie, want die mense wou nie luister na voorleggings wat gaan gebeur oor 5 jaar nie, want die mense is alreeds disappointed in 'n IDP vergadering, want hulle weet, hulle sit goede op in die jare op die IDP, maar niks gebeur daarvan nie, Mr. Meyer. Dit was eintlik baie sad, en as u gehoor het, die struggle waarmee ons mense elke dag nog mee struggle, goede wat jy as 'n meier, as jy op die grond kan gebloop, en dan kan jy die gevoel kry, en dan kan jy 'n beter report formuleer, want jy weet, jy die begrip van ons mense, dan sal jy 'n beter understanding, so jy gehad het, Mr. Meyer. Jy breek weer oor die sopkombuise, Mr. Meyer. Ek het laas in 'n meeting vir u gevra, Mr. Meyer, het jy die sopkombuise? Ja, ek weet, jy het nou 'n paar sopkombuise gaan besoek, nadat ek daai vraag gevra het in 'n council meeting. Maar Mr. Meyer, het u gesien, die challenges wat daai mense het, daar's die potte nie, daar's die stowe nie, en hulle sukkel nog om die semp in die bone, oor 3 weke, 4 weke, meer as 'n maand wag hulle vir daai semp in die bone, hulle moet nog sukkel om dit ook te kry. Mr. Meyer, jy moet uitgaan, en jy moet hierdie goede besoeke gaan doen, en dan kan jy, as jy daai report hier kom gee, as jy jou speech lewer, dan kan jy dit met boldness sê, because jy het gesien, jy was daar, jy weet wat gaan aan, Mr. Meyer. Dis wat ons mense verwag. Mr. Meyer, die ander saakie is die, load shedding is 'n groot probleem, soos wat jy gesê het. Maar jy, Mr. Meyer, het 'n besluit geneem, waar jy die M's van ons...
Thank you very much, Councillor. Unfortunately, your time is up. Everyone has 3 minutes. We're going to continue with the next one. I'm going to ask councillors to please watch the time. You only have 3 minutes and you will be muted once your time is up. The next one to speak on this item is the PBI. You have 3 minutes. Your time starts now.
Service Speaker, may I translate first?
I humbly apologize. Yes, you may.
Sorry, Speaker, ek verstaan nie, is my tyd klaar?
Ja, ongelukkig, raadslid.
Nee man, jy het dan lank gepraat, hoe kan jy so kort gepraat het?
Please, could you do the translation, Mr. Paulus?
Thank you. Good morning, Speaker. Good morning, councillors. Uceba weGood, uthi kuqala before athethe yonke into ufuna ukuthi kudlathi kwi-matriculants nabantu bonke abazawubhala iimviwo kuba wena khasi Sodolophu ungakhange wayikhankanya loo nto kwintetho yakho. Sodolophu uthethe kakhulu malunga ne-load shedding. Kuphezolo uthi kwi-Ward 16 bekukho i-meeting ye-IDP apho imibuzo ibihleli abahlali bengafuni nomamela inkqubo ezawuthi yenzeke okanye ithathe inxaxheba kwiminyaka emihlanu ezayo ngoba abantu bethu bahleli nemibuzo emininzi. Uthi ndiyangqinelana okanye ndiyavumelana iyafana nentetho ebithethwa ngukhansela we-ANC xa ebesithi wena awuzindwendweli okanye awuzi kwiiwodi zethu, ngoko ke awazi ii-challenges okanye imicelimngeni abantu bakuthi abajongene nayo kwii-community zethu, ngokuba besithe kuwe ukubana awuzithethi okanye awuzikhankanye ezethu iiwodi. Ngoku qonda mawuquke yonke into okanye mawuquke nezethu iiwodi ukuze uzokhavarisha ispeech sakho, kodwa ke awazi into eqhubekayo kwiiwodi zethu. Uthi phezulu kule IDP ukuba ubukhona, bendinqwenela uba ube khona uzova ukuba abantu imibuzo bebeyihlahla futhi nezinto iingxaki abahleli kunye nazo abantu. Uthi abantu bethu bayastruglisha kakhulu futhi kubuhlungu ukujonga abantu bakuthi izimvo zabo okanye izidingo zabo kungafikelelwa kuzo. Uthi ukhankanye indaba ye-soup kitchen, wathetha nge-soup kitchen kodwa ke awuyi kuyozindwendela. Uthi emveni kokuba ndandireyise apha kwi-meeting indaba ye-soup kitchen waya kwezithile, kodwa iingxaki abantu be-soup kitchen abajongene nazo uthi akho zimbiza, uthi izitovu kuyasokola, futhi uthi nalo samp and beans abantu bayayilinda ixesha elide ngoba kaloku izinto zithatha ixesha ukuba ngaske uze uzojonga kwenzeka ntoni na ukwenzela uba uzoba nengxelo eyiyo xa uzisa apha ingxelo, ungaquki ingxelo yezinto ongayaziyo. Uthi ke abantu balinde lukhulu kuthi kodwa ke ikhangeleke ngathi awuzijonganga ezo zinto zinjalo. Enkosi.
Thank you very much. We're going to continue with the next one. The next party to speak on this item is the PBI. You have 3 minutes. Your time starts now.
Yeah, Speaker, thank you to the Mayor. I'm going to start at your very last sentence, where you applaud the administration for helping to fix George. Now, I am very much confused here. What is there to fix in George? Since the DA has been in charge for most of the time, 18 years now, and where the very same mayor, incumbent now, has been serving for a number of years as mayor. And if he has not served as mayor, he served as MMC in the previous governments. So it has been reported all the time that George is a top city. There's nothing wrong and so on. So we are confused what we need to fix now. Why the administration need to be applauded. That's the one thing. And when I say this, I say we must be brutally honest when we report and when we speak to the public. We mustn't put up PR exercises in order to look good and come back and this thing is biting us and we are confusing the community. I want to also take on the 207 million for the development of SMMEs. We would love to know where this money has been spent, who benefited from this money, even if you mail us a list privately so that we can know, because in our communities, nothing is happening. Nothing but nothing is happening with regard to the development of SMMEs. And this is a serious point. We're going to keep you to that. And then on all the other reporting, most of the other reporting that you've done, those are old matters, the upgrading of Delva Park Road and so on. This we've been in the High Court about this. You know it. We've spent money. You went back for a cost order against us. You've lost it in 2021 against us, the DA. And these issues have been on the agenda for quite some time. So what you have been reporting here doesn't impress this morning. We are looking forward to a report from you and your government where we embark on new projects. The upgrading of infrastructure is also not new because we have been dealing with all the time. Your social development programs that you've just discussed here, the food gardens and so on, those gardens, these figures are the figures that have been reported when Councillor Carolus was still working with local economic development. It's not new figures. It is stagnant. You can't see it. There's no rollout in our communities. The food kitchens and so on. We need to rejuvenate the approach in terms of satisfying hunger people in our city. But I want to make a strong point about this, Mr. Mayor, and I want to hear. I think you are in one way or the other seriously misled.
Time, Councillor, your 3 minutes is up. Thank you very much. You're also somehow muted. Thank you. The next person to speak on this item is the EFF. You have 3 minutes, please. You can continue. Your time starts now. EFF, I'm not sure who's speaking on this item. Your time has started. You have 3 minutes.
Greetings, everyone.
Thank you. You're audible. You're audible.
Bulele. Speaker, ndimvile umeya ethetha edwela kwinto ezininzi neze-development ze-various areas ezenzeka kuzo. But i-problem yam inye kunye nomeya, umeya ligwala kwaye akazixabisanga ii-areas zethu zabantu bakuthi. Yonke le nto athetha ngayo yezi-development, umeya ezibabe sebetshilo kweyoxa bam, zange wavela nakwenye ilokishi ezizikhankanyiweyo okanye ezi azikhankanyileyo. And again, izinto ezibalulekileyo umeya zeeprojekthi ezenzekayo akazikhankanyi apha. We have i-BFI project eyenzekayo phaa phantsi kwentaba, whereby abantu bakuthi be-exploitwa George municipality through as National Treasury funds. Apho kulanduza kwi-water treat plant. So akuthethwa ngento ezikumila kunjeya. We know okokuba kukho i-contractor eappointiweyo from eDurban ekuthiwa ngu-Icon Construction, of which usodolophu akayikhankanyi kule report yakhe yaza nayo. Apho abantu bakuthi bengaxhamli ngokupheleleyo okanye ngokwelungelo labo as i-residents alapha eGeorge. We know u-Icon Construction una about 30 skilled workers asuka nazo eDurban. So zizinto angazikhankanyiyo umeya wethu ezo. So yonke le development yenzeka phaa phantsi kwedama ibenefita ubukhulu becala abantu bangaphandle. And then as basekutshiwo ke ngoxa bam, no SMMEs ezalapha eGeorge ezixhamlayo phaa phantsi kwendaba. So ndizama ukuthi ke umeya makangasilantuzi, makangasimislead okanye asixelele ngezinto ezingonelisiyo when it comes to i-development yalapha eGeorge as a whole. Kwaye ke ngoku akayikhankanyi indaba etshisa ibunzi. Le roll out siyayazi kwi-agenda yethu, but ke ben-expecte kwi-statement sakhe since kukho ingxoxo eziqhubekayo nge-roll out uzayikhankanya njengosodolophu walapha eGeorge. But ke kuyabonakala okokuba ligwala kwaye ke akamelanga bantu, umele uhlanga oluthile. So kungoko ke engazikhankanya into ezikumila kunjeya. Enkosi.
Thank you very much, Councillor. To the second almost. Can we have a translation, please?
Thank you, Speaker. We as the EFF, we've heard you, Mayor, on your speech, and you were dwelling much on the developments that are actually happening. But we have a problem with you, Mayor, because you are actually a coward. Because you do not come to our areas and you do not care about our areas. The important projects that are actually at hand, you do not make mention of them. For instance, the BFI projects that are currently undertaking place, where our people are being exploited by the George municipality that we are well aware of. You do not make any mention of those contractors. We know that there is a constructor who has been appointed, which is called Icon Constructor, all the way from Durban. They are benefiting, and we know that these contractors came with their own workers, which are 30 skilled workers. We know that they are from Durban. They are not from here, which means our people are not benefiting. And as our councillors has said, that our SMMEs are also not benefiting, which means that you are actually misleading us, Mayor. And the issue that is actually hot, that is at hand, we were expecting you to address it in your mayoral address. You did not even touch. We know about the issue of the rollout that is supposed to be happening. We know that it is in the agenda, but we were expecting you as the mayor to address us as councillors regarding that matter that is at hand. which shows that you are once again a coward because you do not address us on such issues that we expect as the community. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next party to speak on this item is the ACDP. You have 3 minutes. Your time starts now.
Baie dankie speaker. Speaker, ek wil begin deur iets wat my pa my geleer het. En vir my gesê het vir my sê Boetie, die beste stuurman staan altyd aan wal. Maar wanneer jy in die warm stoel sit, is dit 'n totaal ander ballgame. En dit is ook so in ons lewe vandag. En dan is daar iemand anders wat gesê het wat jy kan glo. Hy sê aan die vrugte sal jy die boom ken. My pa het my gesê, Boetie, wees seker wat se vrug jy dra, want dan weet mense wie jy is. Maar burgemeester, ek wil vir jou baie dankie sê vir jou verslag wat jy, positiewe verslag wat jy aan ons gelewer het. Ja, load shedding is 'n enorme probleem vir besighede as ook vir huishoudings. Om nie eers te praat van die inkomste wat die munisipaliteit verloor nie. Ons as raad sal alles in ons vermoë moet doen om hierdie probleem die hoof te bied en verligting te bring vir ons besighede en vir ons inwoners. En dan ook die paaie, die opgradering van ons strate in die CBD en wyke het ontwrigting gebring vir ons, maar wanneer dit voltooi is, sal die verkeersvloei soveel verbeter. En dan burgemeester sal ons moet kyk na en aandag gee aan ons toegangsroetes in George. Die verkeer het al so druk geword en die invloei in ons dorp gaan dit nie beter maak nie. So ons sal moet vorentoe beplan en kyk na hoe ons ingangsroetes miskien kan verbreer en meer breër maak en so om die verkeer te vloei te kan vloei. En burgemeester ook omdat George so fenomenaal groei, moet ons ook daarna kyk en moet ons voorbereid wees dat kriminele bedrywighede in ons dorp gaan toeneem. Maar dit is nie net die munisipaliteit se plig om daarna te kyk nie, dat is ook elke inwoner van George se plig om daarna te kyk en om ons dorp veilig te hou. En kom ons sit skouer aan die wiel, kom ons vat hande met mekaar, die munisipaliteit en die inwoners van George, en ons hou ons dorp 'n mooi skoon dorp. En burgemeester, dan gaan ek hiermee afsluit. Dit is en bly 'n groot plesier en 'n voorreg om in George te kan woon. En weer eens, burgemeester, dankie vir 'n positiewe verslag wat jy aan ons mense bring. Dankie.
Thank you, Councillor. Sorry, I have an echo. Can I please have the translation?
Thank you, Speaker. Uthi uceba uthi ke uvule ngentetho ethi uzawunikeza nje amazwi wakhe wawanika ngutatakhe. Uthi ke bemxelela into yokubana indoda ehleli phansi inokugxeka okuninzi, kodwa ke indoda mayikhe ihlale kwesa situlo
Sorry, Mr. Policy, you are breaking up. We've lost you. Mr. Policy.
Yazi ukuba i-load shedding iyingxaki, futhi ke sizama kangangoko ukubana kuzanywe indlela ezithile ukubana kukhawulelwane nale ngxaki sijongene nazo, ukwenza abantu bakuthi bangazohlala kule ngxaki bajongene nazo. Uthi ke umba wesibini, indlela zethu ziyalungiswa kakhulu kwindawo zonke ojonga kuzo okanye ohamba kuzo apha eGeorge. Kukho ulungiso lwendlela, leyo nto iye ibangele ukulibaziseka kwizinto ezininzi, mhlawumbi kwindawo oya kuyo ulibaziseke. Kodwa ke ndiyathemba into yoba xa kugqitywa noko leyo into sawuxhamla sonke. Uthi ke kufuneka kujongwe indlela ezithi zingene okanye ezinokuphuma i-entrance ne-exit apha eGeorge ukwenzela into yokubana kuzothomalaliswa i-traffic ngoba kuninzi kakhulu iimoto ezininzi ngoba indlela kwezinye indawo iba yindlela nje enye ukuphuma okanye indlela ibenye yokungena. Uthi funeka sijonge uba iGeorge iyakhula kakhulu ke futhi ikhula nje iGeorge ne-crime iyakhula ngandlela zonke. Ngoko ke ayingomsebenzi wamasipala kuphela ukuba kujongwe indlela zokulwa ne-crime, kodwa ke bonke abemi funeka sibambisane ngesandla sisonke sizame ukulwa ubudlobongela. Uthi ke ndiyabulela ke kakhulu mna ukuba ndibe ngummi waseGeorge okanye ndibe ngumntu ohlala apha eGeorge ngoba kuyinyhweba kakhulu ukuba ndibizwe ngomnye wabantu abahlala apha eGeorge. Ndiyabulela ke kakhulu sodolophu ngentetho yakho esilungekileyo. Enkosi.
Thank you very much, Mr. Paulus. The next party to speak on this item is the Freedom Front Plus. You have 3 minutes. Your time starts now.
Dankie Speaker. Deur een aan die burgemeester. Burgemeester, dankie vir die toespraak. Insiggewend. En jy het 'n baie veld gedek. En dit is so, ek begin waar jy begin het met ons beurtkrag wat 'n verlammende uitwerking het, nie net op ons land nie, maar meer spesifiek ook op George, en wat 'n groot remskoen is aan die ekonomiese groei van George, wat dringend aandag moet geniet. Burgemeester, ek van die Vryheidsfront se kant af voel ons dat die tyd het gekom dat ons meer dringend na alternatiewe kragbronne moet kyk. Beurtkrag gaan met ons wees vir jare en ons kan nie bekostig dat ons ekonomiese groei, werkskepping belemmer word deur die onbeholpenheid van 'n regeringsinstansie wat nie sy kant kan bring nie. Daarom sal ons moet kyk hoe vinnig en hoe deeglik ons kan dit aanspreek. Daar is baie projekte wat hiermee gepaard gaan, burgemeester. Ons praat nie net van werkskepping nie, ons praat ook van ons sosiale behuisingsprogramme, ons sosiale ontwikkeling wat moet aangespreek word, maar alles word lam gelê as jou ekonomie nie groei nie. So van ons kant af, ons sal enige iets doen van ons samewerking om 'n konstruktiewe bydrae te lewer in die verband. Van konstruktiewe bydrae gelewer, burgemeester, dit is so, en dit is die vorige spreker gesê, die beste stuurman staan mos seker maar altyd aan wal. Dit is jammer dat kritiek soms meer in 'n persoonlike hoedanigheid uitgespreek word, alhoewel jy nooit almal sal tevrede stel nie, maar dat daar geen poging is om enige konstruktiewe bydrae te lewer om te help om die uitdagings van George, veral as jy kyk na die grootte van George, jy kyk na die groei van George, jy kyk na die behoeftes van George, om dit aan te spreek, sal 'n mens graag wil meer konstruktiewe bydrae sien om hande te vat en die probleme gesamentlik aan te spreek. Dit is vir ons 'n voorreg om in 'n stad soos George te woon en die groei en die sorg van die inwoners van George ten alle tyd hulle behoeftes op die hand te dra. Dankie, Speaker.
Thank you very much, Alderman. The translation, please.
Thank you, Speaker. Usodolophu ke udekile kakhulu, phethile ngemiba emininzi esichaphazelayo. Uthi ke manqale apho aqale khona, uthethe malunga nengxaki ekhoyo yombane, ingxaki esingajongana nayo yodwa apha kwidolophu yethu, kodwa ingxaki esijongene nayo kwilizwe lonke ngokubanzi. Uthi ke uqoqosho lwethu olukhulayo nalapho amashishini athi acinezeleke khona ngenxa yeengxaki ezikhoyo. Uthi ke nqonda ngoku lifikile ixesha apho funeka sijonge iindlela zokukhawulelana nale nyewe sijongene nayo, ngoba kaloku abantu abaninzi baye bavelelwe kuphulukana nemisebenzi okanye namashishini wabo ngenxa yale ngxaki ikhoyo. Ngoko ke kulixesha bathina singumasipala sijonge ukuba singancedisana phi. Uthi thina ke asinayo ingxaki yokuthi sibambe isandla okanye sifake isandla apho sinokwazi ukusebenzisana khona ukukhawulelana neengxaki esijongene nazo. Uthi ke luninzi uphuhliso olwenzekayo, iiprojects zininzi eziqhubayo kusajongwe kuzo ezisacetywayo. Ngoko ke uthi ke naye uzawucaphula kule ntetho ibiseyithethwe sisithethe sangaphambili ukuba indoda engahlelanga esitulweni kulula ukubana mayigxeke, kodwa ke indoda xa ihleli kweso situlo ingakwazi ukuwenza umsebenzi. Uthi ke xa sinothi sibambisane size nezimvo eziphuhlisayo, size nezimvo ezizizo ezizokwazi ukuthi sithi xa sidibene zincede iGeorge iphela. Uthi ndiyakholelwa ukubana uba sinokhe siyeke ukugxeka okanye ukuthetha kakubi, singathi sibambisane ngezandla siwenze umsebenzi olile esilindeleke ukuba thina singabemi baseGeorge sithi masiwenze. Ngoko ke ngaloo ntetho mandibulele kakhulu ke sodolophu futhi ke ngentetho yakho esikhuthazayo. Inkosi.
Thank you very much, Mr. Paulus. And the final word on this item goes to the DA for the reply. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you very much, Speaker and Council. Colleagues, a lot of the challenges that were highlighted by our political parties are actually a direct result of a failed national government. Here I refer to the load shedding that was alluded to. And from the municipality side, I can say that we are already in the present budget making provision to deal with that. And we are looking at alternatives to try to alleviate the issues that we are being faced with. Unfortunately, alternatives do have a very long lead time, but I can assure you we are dealing with various forms of alternative electricity supply. Unemployment, another challenge that we are being faced with, and for that reason, we have initiated projects like the BFI, which have led to jobs. At Civils alone, I was told that there were over 130 temporary jobs that were created simply because of the BFI projects that are being run. Another cause of failed government, or national government, is the fact that we need to deal with unfunded mandates. And those are items like our soup kitchens. Here, I need to congratulate our Mayor, Leon van Wyk, for visiting the soup kitchens and actually identifying a need for pots as well as for stoves. 30,000 Rand worth of pots have already been bought, as well as 30,000 Rand worth of stoves, and these will be dealt or handed out to various soup kitchens within the next couple of weeks. So too, a failed government has led to safety issues, and I'd like to ensure and assure everybody that the municipality is spending vast amounts to roll out cameras and to support neighborhood watchers in an attempt to address this situation. We heard about our indigents, but I need to put it on record that the indigents in George actually get 73 units of electricity, more than any other municipality in the country. Yes, we spoke about load shedding, but rest assured we are looking at that and we are doing our utmost to try and remedy it. One of our colleagues referred to the fact that George was being fixed. We cannot hide the fact that we have only had Mayor van Wyk here over the last 2 years. And we are not hiding the fact that our previous MM and previous mayor were faced with 106 reports, as well as presently they are being faced with criminal charges. And if that is what they were referring to by saying, why are we fixing George, then we need to step in because we cannot allow any illegal or unethical activities to take place. So I would also like to thank the administration who have stepped in with Mayor van Wyk and are trying to sort out all these problems that we inherited. It is incredible to hear that we are spending 168 million in Thembalethu on water and sanitation, and that we're spending money on Tabata Street and Gakane Street, and we're also spending almost 6 million Rand on electrification of our informal.
Take this
Councillor Darker, when I give you the clock, I'll tell you in future. I did notice, and she was muted exactly at 3 minutes. Thank you for your input.
Thank you.
So yeah, let me do my job and you do yours. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. That brings us to the end of that item. We are going to continue with the business of the day. The next item on the agenda is item 3, applications for leave of absence. I have received 2, one from Councillor Smart and one from Councillor Jansen. Am I correct, MM? Sorry, and Councillor Eso. Are there any other leave of absence? Anybody? Chief Whip?
Chairperson, my office officially received 3, which were from Councillor Smart, Councillor Eso, and Councillor Jansen, but I do note that Councillor Jansen was present during roll call. That's what we received officially.
Thank you very much. We therefore move on. The next item on the agenda is the disclosure of interest by councillors, item 6 of the Code of Conduct for Councillors, and the disclosure of benefits by municipal staff members, item 5 of the Code of Conduct for municipal staff members. Are there any items to declare or any councillors that would like to declare at this stage? I see no hands. I'm therefore going to continue. The next item on the agenda is the confirmation of the minutes of the previous meetings. Item 5.1, minutes of an ordinary e-council meeting held on the 25th of August. Do I have a proposer?
Barnard will propose.
I'm sorry, I heard Councillor Barnard to propose. Who was the, is there a seconder?
Neethling.
Thank you, Councillor Neethling. We therefore move on. The next item on the agenda would be the minutes of an ordinary council e-council meeting held on the 26th of September. Do I have a proposer?
Barnard will propose.
Clark, second.
I've got Councillor Brown and Councillor Clark as a seconder. Did we get that, Corporate? Thank you. The next item on the agenda is item 6, questions of which notice has been given. I received none. We're therefore moving on. At this stage, I'm going to invoke item 9.2 of the Rules of Order in order to ensure that we go through the items that are most important first, and then go through the agenda to make sure that we get everything that is compliant done as quickly as possible, and then we'll go through that. So I'm now invoking item 9.2. The Speaker may, after considering suitable motivation, change the order of matters appearing on the agenda. So I'm going to ask you to please take note as I go through the agenda. We will start with item 7.1.1, and that has been completed. There is no discussion on that. We will move on to item 7.1.2, the proposal to include ARF 12767 George as part of the Croc Farm social housing and mixed use development on a portion of the remainder of ARF 464 of George 5.7.2. The first person to speak on this item is Councillor Petrus. You have 3 minutes.
Dankie Speaker. Dankie collega's. Speaker, die item gaan oor R464, beter bekend as die Krokodilplaas in Yorkstraat. En hierdie erf is deel van die George Restructuring Zone vir geïntegreerde sosiale behuising. Daar word toestemming gevra in die item vir dat die gedeelte 12767 deelgemaak word van R464, sodat ons kan voortgaan met die verdere uitleg en beplanning vir sosiale middelklas, geïntegreerde sosiale middelklas behuisingsskema vir al die inwoners van George. Collega's, ek kan nie genoeg beklemtoon nie vir die belangrikheid van die item, so ook die belangrikheid om middelklas behuising te skep en geïntegreerde sosiale behuisingsgeleenthede vir die mense van George. Hulle verdien dit en dit is noodsaaklik dat ons hierdie stappe neem om so gou moontlik alles wat in die pad staan om hierdie projekte uit te rol te hanteer en dat ons kan begin. Daar is al reeds aanvoerwerk gedoen. Beplanning is al reeds aan die gang. Als ons hierdie aanbevelings so goedkeur vandaag, dan kan ons so spoedig as moontlik verder gaan met die verdere beplanning van die projek. So ek wil voorstel dat die raad hierdie aanbevelings speaker so moet aanvaar. Bladsy 60 en bladsy 61.
Thank you, Councillor. Could we have a translation, please?
Thank you, Speaker. Lomba uthi umalunga nale F464 apho ke ngoku kufuneka kusetyenziswe okanye kudityaniswe okanye kucelwe imvume ukuba ibhunga liphumeze ukubana kusetyenzwe kulo mhlaba ubusaziwa njenge-Crocodile Park kudala. Uthi ke seqalile ucwangciso olukhoyo ukuba namhlanje ibhunga linothi linikezele imvume kungaqhutyekekwa ke. Uthi ke ibalulekile kakhulu ngoba abantu bethu bayawudinga le ndawo, futhi ke abantu bethu siyabazi ukubana kukho ingxaki ekhoyo yendawo zokuhlala. Ngoko ke ukuba namhlanje ibhunga lingathi liphumeze kungathi kuqaliswe ke kwizicwangciso ebesizibekiwe.
Thank you very much, Mr. Paulus. The next party to speak on this item, I have a speaker from Good. You have 1 minute. Councillor Masase.
Thank you, Speaker. Am I audible?
You are. Your time started.
Thank you. Our submission is as follows. As Good, we support bringing our people closer to the inner city. We want to ensure that this project will benefit all the people of George from different race groups, and that the criteria of appointing or selecting who gets opportunities must be fair and transparent. We require clarity on the mixed use term, as we feel it is ambiguous in nature. I mean, it can mean a lot of things. Does this include social housing for the poor of the poorest, or is it just going to be rental units, i.e. apartments? If the mixed use concept does not include social housing opportunities for the poorest of our people, we want to know why, because this is a delicate matter and it also needs the attention that all the other ones are getting. We appreciate subsidies on housing opportunities because although some of our people are employed, their salaries are too low and they spend too much on transport fees, etc., as they try to commute to and from work and other economic activity.
Sorry, your time is up. You had 1 minute. Thank you very much. The next person to speak on this item is Councillor Greef. You have 1 minute.
Baie dankie, Speaker. Speaker, ons as die PBI is ten gunste met die proposal dat R12767 ingedeel kan word saam met R464. Omdat ons gemeenskap baat gaan vind daaruit, omdat behuisingnood groot is. Ons hoop nie dat die social housing sal plaasvind en dat dit nie sal misluk as gevolg van Vryheidsfront Plus teenkanting teen hierdie behuisingprojek nie. Ons as die PBI vra dat hierdie projek 'n sukses sal wees en dat dit sal dien as 'n goeie advertensie vir die toekomstige social housing projek. Dankie.
Can we please have a translation?
Futhi thina siyi-PBI
Speaker.
siyahambelana futhi nale proposal okanye le ngcebiso ibekiweyo ukubana kuhlanganiswe okanye kudityaniswe lo F12767 kupha ku464 ukwenzela into yobana abantu bethu bafumane iindawo zohlala. Uthi ke siyayazi ukubana sijongene neengxaki enkulu, ingxaki yendawo zokuhlala, abantu bethu basengxakini kakhulu. Uthi ke thina siyi-PBI sicela ukuba le project yenziwe ngokwempumelelo ukwenzela uba abantu bethu bafumane iindawo zokuhlala ngokukhawuleza.
Sorry, I saw a hand in the chat box. If there's anything being said in the chat box, unfortunately, I can only continue with the hands as previous meetings. I need you to put in the chat box so I can take into consideration what needs to be said. In the meantime, I'm going to ask that Councillor Nkumile, who is the next speaker on this item, continues with the 2 minutes that you have. Councillor Nkumile, please continue. Councillor Nkumile, your 2 minutes has started. Please continue.
Can you hear me?
I can hear you now. Yes, your 2 minutes has started. Please continue. Councillor Nkumile, you were quite audible and now you've gone off again.
Hello, Speaker.
Yes, Councillor Nkumile, please could you continue? Your time is running. You've got 2 minutes, 1.5 minutes left. Please continue.
Yes, I've got problem with my computer. Yes, I'm using Mr. Lendo's computer. Yes, Speaker, we as EFF, we much appreciate that our people are going to be bring closer to the town. As much as we appreciate that, but we believe in a spatial and the spatial actually the space of our people. We don't want to see what's happening in those Fleet House that are in Parkersdorp, like no enough space or privacy of our people. We would like the George municipality, whenever the development takes place there, at least the space must be enough for our people and freedom of movement and privacy. So that what we want to avoid is that what's happening in our locations whereby there is no privacy. You can hear what's happening in the neighborhood. So we appreciate the development, and also we would like more to see more as EFF, because our people have been far away from industrial places for a long time now. Now that is going to take place, we much appreciate, and then we believe that it will happen.
Thank you very much, Councillor. Your time is up. Unfortunately, I've treated you the same as everyone else. You are therefore off the floor. Alderman Van Niekerk, I see your hand, and unfortunately I have to stay with previous rulings that I cannot attend to anything unless you put it in the chat box. I'm therefore cannot address your concern at this stage. I'm therefore...
Speaker, I did put it in the chat box. You must just read it.
Alderman, I'm looking at the chat box, and unfortunately it is not in the chat box. So unfortunately, I don't know which chat box you put it into. And so therefore I cannot continue with that. I'm going to move on. You are welcome to put your question or whatever after the meeting, and I will address it therefore. I'm going to continue with the last speaker on this item, Councillor Lose. Councillor Lose, you have 2 minutes. Councillor Lose, you have 2 minutes. Your time has started. Please continue. I will not stop the clock. Is he battling to get in? I believe I've just received a WhatsApp. He's struggling to get in. Is there somebody that would second the proposal so we can continue, please?
Speaker, if you allow me to do it. Speaker, thank you very much. I'll step in here for Councillor Lose. I just need to mention that social housing rental is from 1,850 to 22,000 per month per household, and that there will be a mixed use. Well, basically mixed use means that we have made provision for some shops and offices to serve the community. So I therefore second the recommendation made by my colleague Alderman Petrus.
1 minute. 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 Thank you very much. As per the rules of order, there's a point of clarity. Alderman van Niekerk, you as in per the rules, your point of clarity asks since when was the Freedom Front Plus against this item? I don't see any discussion on this item, so therefore I can't. I'm going to move on to the next item. You didn't have a talking speech, so in other words, you didn't have any objection to this item. Thank you. The next, we're therefore all in favour. We're going to move on. Thank you very much. And
Speaker, ons praat van social housing asseblief, negeer.
Councillor, I did not recognise anybody. So please, let's not disrupt. Let's move on. We've had a seconder on the item, and as I said, the alderman never made any remarks on this item. They chose not to speak on it, which therefore means that they were in agreement of this item. We're moving on to item 7.1.3. In principle, approval of a proposed land exchange between George Municipality and Mediclinic Pty Limited, 5.7.3. And the first person to speak on this item is Councillor Hill.
Yes, Speaker, thank you very much. Good day,
Mr.
colleagues.
Speaker, sorry, my hand is up, Mr. Speaker.
Councillor Gericke, or Alderman Gericke, I am going to ask you, first of all, your hand is not up. I recognize hands when they're up. Secondly, I'm going to say exactly the same. I cannot treat you any differently to anybody else. I'm going to ask you to put your question or your the discussion. We are moving on with 7.1.3, and therefore,
Mr. Speaker, my point pertains to the rules of order. You cannot just ignore me. My hand was up and somebody is taking my hand off all the time.
Alderman, I am going to ask you exactly the same as what I've asked everybody else. I cannot treat anybody differently, and I'm therefore asking you if you have an issue that you would like to raise. I need to know in the chat box, which is in the rules of order.
No, but this is not what the rules of order say. You are allowing the chief whip to talk on somebody else. Just now you're going to allow her to vote on somebody else also. And the rules of order do not allow it, and you got to address it as the speaker.
I asked because of the simple fact that we needed a seconder for the item, which I've done in the past when people do not are not able to attend or whatever.
Even if there was a seconder, it doesn't change the facts, and you must deal.
Alderman, unfortunately, I can't hear you. I don't understand what your fact is, and I'm not going to get into an argument with you. The point is that we were discussing 7.1.2. We had a proposer. We had 3 people, and I asked for Councillor Lawson to talk. He was unable to unmute. I therefore asked for a seconder if anybody would second it. It therefore permits that the party can second that. There was no objection to the fact that it was a second.
No, there's objection against it, but you can move on with your meeting. It's your meeting. There's objection against it because when we do it, you don't allow us to do that. But go on, it's fine. It's all right. Ons kyk hoe ver jy kom.
Thank you for your permission. I will move on to item 7.1.3, Alderman. The first person to speak on this item is Councillor Hill.
Yes, thank you, Speaker. I'll start again. Good morning to all. Colleagues, as the previous item was good news that was brought in by my colleague, Alderman Basil Petrus, this item also deals with some good news to the George community at large, and that is the future development of the Mediclinic Hospital at the bottom end of York Street, the new precinct that is being developed right across the road from the previous item. Colleagues, this item deals with the development, as I've said, and has already been approved, the land use application now by the Municipal Planning Tribunal in 2020, and the purchase agreement was reached in July, just shortly earlier this year, 1st of July to be exact, and it was transferred to the Mediclinic properties. Now, this item, as it states, deals with the transfer of portions of land from the newly created Mediclinic, let's call it an organization, to the George municipality. But since the immovable property policy doesn't deal with or makes provision for exchange of land, I want my fellow colleagues to note that the proposed exchange of land must however be advertised for public comments and representation in terms of municipal asset transfer regulations. Colleagues, this is very important for George, as I've said, and I want to take you to the recommendation. It's on the screen. It's on page 67 of the agenda of today. Speaker, the recommendation, the different points stands, but since the submission of this report, the land has been surveyed, and for record purposes, I just want to make some corrections in terms of the land sizes and not in terms of the recommendation as it stands. So if you allow me, I just want to make that known to you. The first recommendation A stands as it is. Recommendation B, the 4559 in the second line of B needs to be amended to 4178 square meters. The rest of the recommendation stands. Recommendation C, the same there, the second line, the 2645 square meters mentioned must be changed and amended to 2694. The rest remains. In D, recommendation, the 1737 needs to be changed to 1433. The rest remains the same. Recommendation E, the 4559 needs to be changed to 4178. The rest remains the same. One more, Speaker. And J, on the next page, the 2645. If we can scroll down for the rest of the people to see, 2645 needs to be changed, thank you, to 2694. That is in J. Speaker, I could recommend accordingly with amendments as said. Thank you so much.
Please, could you put those amendments in the chat box and have a second, or just so that it can be taken on record, please?
I will do so.
Thank you very much. The next person to speak on this item is Alderman Gericke. Alderman Gericke, you have 2 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, it is rather disingenuous that a councillor can come to a meeting and make such substantial amendments to a recommendation and expect us just to accept it as it is. It is totally, in fact, it's a crooked way of covering the point on the agenda. This information should have been provided to us in the first place. Hello, can you hear me? Hello?
Yes, I can hear you, Alderman, loud and clear.
So this information should have been given to us beforehand. That's the first point. The second point is none of us, no one of us understands what we are approving here today.
Sorry, Alderman, you've disappeared. Alderman Gericke, you have disappeared.
Speaker. Councillor Gericke is afgesny.
Okay, well, it's not from my side that there's a connection.
Hello, Mr. Speaker, can you hear me now?
Yes, your time's, yes, you can continue. You've got a few
Okay, I'm
seconds
speaking
left.
from Councillor Peterson's phone. Device. And none of us know which type of land is given in exchange here, or what is happening here, because we don't have a proper chart showing us. Remember that the municipality has property on that land, and we are not sure if we're exchanging our own property for something else. This is a critical point here. There's a small little house on this property. And you must also understand the third point is that in May of this year, your government came here with a proposal to ennoble that piece of land adjacent to that for the amount of 112 million rand. It all centered around the medical clinic.
Thank you very much, Councillor.
Hold on, I'm not done yet. You cannot just cut me all the time. I've lost minutes here.
Alderman, I love the way that you keep telling me what I can and can't do. Sorry.
You are not going to shout at me.
I'm not shouting. Believe me, I'm not shouting at you. I'm not shouting at you.
You know that there was an interruption. Why don't you give me my minutes?
Alderman, are you holding me responsible for the fact that you have missed time?
Your IT is responsible for the fact that I've lost here now.
My IT
because this is what you want to do. You want to frustrate, and you want to frustrate us in the run up to the motion of no confidence. You know it. Your officials already told us. Your political officials told us what you want to do. You want to drag this meeting. You want to frustrate us. We know about it.
Alderman Gericke,
you want to do this
your time is up. Thank you.
We know it.
Alderman Gericke, I will not tolerate your continued attack at me in a person. And what people have told you in confidence has got nothing to do with me. I'm running this meeting for the benefit of the residents of George, and you continuously accuse me of doing things underhandedly on an open platform. Your time
are not being accused.
Alderman,
your government is accused.
Alderman,
you take everything
Alderman,
personal. Don't take things personal.
Alderman,
sir, if you want me out of this meeting, then you put.
You are trying to see how far you're going to be able to push me, and I'm not going to tolerate it, Alderman. Everybody has got the same amount of time, and you are the first person to object to that at time. You made the time yourself. You had 2 minutes, and we've asked everybody, and you are obstructing the continuation of this business of the day. I am therefore going to say to you, and it's not that I want you out, but I certainly will not tolerate you trying to push my buttons in order to try and get me aggravated. And I will not fall for it. You've tried it in the past, and I'm not going to fall for it today either. I will work according to the rules of order. I will work to the rules of order. You were given 2 minutes. Your time was up, and I've treated you fairly with respect to everybody else. Councillor Klumpy, I will recognize you when I'm finished talking. Please do not interrupt me. Thank you. And I would like you to put whatever you would like to say in the chat box like everybody else. I'm not treating anybody differently to anybody else. I'm therefore going to continue.
Can you recognize my hand, please? Because you said when you are done speaking, you're going to recognize my hand. Now you said I must write in the chat, but can you recognize my hand? Speaker.
Councillor Klumpy, your continued interruption, and I'm going to be very calm when I say this. I have made more than my fair share of concessions for today. I have accommodated everybody in trying to get the business of the day done. And it seems as though my fairness is a form of weakness, and that you are trying to now take this meeting in a different direction because of what is happening. I have treated everybody in the same light. We are live. I have nothing to hide. I will not let this meeting be disrupted any further. I've made a ruling in accordance to the item 5.1, the ruling of the Speaker in regard to the application or interpretation of these rules and other procedural matters not dealt with in the rules of order is, once he has given his or her reasons, final and binding. I am therefore going to continue this item. I'm giving Councillor Alderman Gericke a warning that you are disrupting and you have gone against my ruling. and continue to obstruct the continuation of the business in accordance to item 28.2.10. And I'm also invoking 5.2, no debate or discussion on the ruling of the speaker to 5.1 shall be allowed. I'm therefore going to move on. And the next person to speak on this item is Councillor Clark. I'm therefore going to ask her to continue with her 2 minutes.
Thank you, Speaker.
Speaker, sorry, Speaker, kan ons vra vir 5 minute caucus asseblief?
Councillor, I'm going to conclude this item and then I will take your request. I've asked you to
Okay.
put it in the
Okay, make it 10 minutes, thank you.
Councillor, please, thank you. Councillor Clark.
Thank you, Speaker. We are happy that the Mediclinic development is now in progress, since George is a fast-growing city, and this development will create many job opportunities. I therefore second the item. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Clark. Based on the whip from Good, there has been a request for a caucus of 10 minutes by the Good Party. The time now, according to my watch, is 13:20. We will reconvene, and at 13:30, I'm going to ask that all councillors use this time as a time to have a body break and to get something to eat. We will not be having another break, as we would like to get through this the business of the day. And by the end
Speaker,
of
then you must make it 20 minutes, please, because ek kan nie so vinnig kou nie.
that will come off the time. We've had the 20 minutes, then it's a lunch and everything included. We will then continue. We will then reconvene at 22:02. Thank you very much. The ruling is made.
Money. Oh, yeah, permanent clinic.
The flops.
Processing.
What are the flops? Esse é o fui. Bom mesmo. É, algo assim. Tá bom.
Right, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My time now says 22 as per the agreement. Councillor Jay, you called for a caucus. Are you ready to continue, please? Councillor Jay, you called for a 20-minute caucus. My time is now up and I'd like to continue with this meeting so that we can get through the business of the day. I'd like to know if all the councillors are back in counts or in session or in the meeting so that we can continue, please. I'm going to ask all the councillors that are present to please just acknowledge your presence in the chat box so that we do not have to go through the roll call system again. So please, if everyone can just put it into the chat box and then we can continue with this meeting. I'm going to ask for the last time, Councillor J.E. I'm now going to ask that corporate services please indicate to me whether we are a quorum, because I did say that this meeting would continue at 22. It is past 22. If we have a quorum, we will continue with this meeting. So Nobody, is somebody there? Can I be heard or am I talking to myself?
Speaker, we're just checking which councillors are present.
Okay, that's fine. I just want somebody to acknowledge, otherwise I didn't know whether I was being audible or not. So thank you. Continue. Let me know when you've done.
Yavakala, Speaker.
Hierdie meeting begin julle.
Councillor J, yes, this meeting has begun. We're just finding out whether we're a quorum so we can continue. Thank you. I see you're back. I take it that you have finished with your caucus and that we can continue now.
Speaker, ek het nog nie lekker hoor het u gepraat.
Yeah, I said that this meeting is in session, and if once I've established whether we have a quorum, we are going to continue. Thank you. Those of you that have joined subsequent to the restart, could I please ask you to put your presence in the chat box? I'm not going to go through a roll call again, so that we can continue with this meeting. We still have a lot to do. Alderman Petrus, I see your hand is up. Please put it in the chat box so I can see what is happening. Please, I cannot treat anybody differently to anybody else at this stage. Thank you. I'm just waiting for Sinobri. I see we are not a quorum as yet, so therefore we have to wait. Thank you very much. I believe we are 31 councillors in session. Councillor Jay, you called for a caucus. Are you now ready to continue this meeting?
Speaker, baie dankie vir die geleentheid vir die caucus en ook aan die ander partye. Speaker, die rede vir ons caucus het gegaan oor ons wil graag clarity hê oor ons het die mosie wat ingedien was. Ons het vanoggend saam met u gepraat, ons het saam met die hoops meeting, gedurende die hoops meeting, het die hoops saam met die chief hoop van council gepraat en 'n request uitgestuur na u en u het vanoggend confirm dat u het niks ontvang nie. Nou Speaker, dit laat ons nou in 'n geleentheid of in 'n posisie dat ons nou nie weet hoe ons vorentoe gaan beweeg nie. U ons dan moet clarity gee, rigting gee, leiding gee, dat hoe hierdie mosie gehanteer gaan word, want daar was 'n geskrewe aan u as die speaker van George gerig wat gevra het dat hierdie mosie in secret ballot paper moet wees. U het teruggeantwoord deur te sê dat dit gaan gedurende die council meeting gehanteer word. En tot op hede, Speaker, weet ons nog nie, ons het nie leiding hoe hierdie mosie hanteer word nie en daarom het ons hierdie caucus gevra en ons wil vra dat u ons asseblief op hierdie aangeleentheid sal antwoord. Dankie, Speaker.
Councillor, I'm going to answer you quite simply. We are dealing with this agenda, and as it is an item on the agenda, I will deal with it when it is dealt with on the agenda. I am under no obligation to discuss anything at any time, and I will discuss the item as it appears on the agenda. It is on the agenda for today, and it will be dealt with accordingly. Thank you very much. That is my understanding, and that is how I'm going to deal with this. We have items on the agenda that need to be gone through.
Speaker, ek verstaan nie, u sê,
okay,
u noem, u sê,
I'm going to say
like,
that.
u sê, u kan nie enige iets doen nie. U het nou net vir ons as raadslede gevra dat jy jou diskresie gaan gebruik, dat jy sekere items gaan skuif. En ons moes dit so aanvaar, Speaker.
Okay,
ons wil nou by
daarom
u,
sê
dat
ek-
ons
en ek
vra nou
sê
vir
vir
u,
u, ek
dat
sê vir u.
daar was 'n geskrewe aan u gerig, daar was gevra deur die chief hoop, het u het gesê, u het geen kommunikasie met die chief hoop, of die chief hoop het niks onder u hande gebring nie.
Ek het nie dit gesê
Ons wil weet hoe hierdie mosie gehanteer gaan word, Speaker. Dit is net dat u dit net aan ons moet antwoord, soos wat u 'n besluit kon geneem het, nou dat van die items vorentoe gebring word, of van die items gaan later hanteer word. Dit is net so simpel soos dit.
Okay, Councillor, I'm going to say this as simply as I can. The question remains. The item is on the agenda. It will be dealt with when we get to the item. That is my answer, and we will deal with it when we get to the item, as and when we arrive there. And that is why I'm trying to get through this agenda so that we can get through the entire agenda for today, not only certain things. So I'm going to ask that you have now caucused, you have discussed that, I've answered you, and I'm now going to ask that we continue with the item. The next item is 7.2.2. So
Speaker, my hand is up.
Councillor Toto, I'm not going to go into a further debate. If it is not on the items, I'm
It's a
going
point
to,
of clarity or point of information.
there is no item that we're discussing, so therefore I've made a ruling.
No. I'm in a
Okay.
meeting, Speaker. I'm listening to what you are saying. I just need you to clarify me on something. That's the reason why.
Councillor Toto, I think I've made myself very clear that I am not discussing the item until we get to it. We are on item 7.2.2. I have made my points very clear.
Speaker, the question or the point that Councillor Teresa is raising is on the fact that she has written to you, the good party have written to your office, right? Now, at least what I'm expecting from you is to say perhaps you're gonna write back to her
Councillor Toto,
or
I'm
give
not
her
right.
clarity on what she's
we-
raising. She's
I
raising
have
how is
raised-
the meeting going forward based on what she has written to you about. Now you're not answering to
Councillor,
that.
I
You're
have
telling
answered-
about how your discretion it is.
I
You are
have answered-
telling her about how you want to frustrate this meeting to become what you want.
Councillor Toto, okay. Obviously, we don't seem to be talking the same language for some reason. I have made myself very clear. And I'm
sure,
not,
yes.
I have made a ruling and I've said I will deal with it. I don't think I'm speaking Latin. I'm speaking in a language that's trying to
But
be
you are
as clear
speaking a
as,
foreign language, yes.
okay, well, let me put it to you like this. I have made a ruling that I will deal with the item of the motion of no confidence when it appears in the agenda, not before.
You seem to
and
forget
not
that
after.
at all costs for these meetings, you must be fair. All
And I've been fair.
playing
I've
is a party
allowed.
politics,
I have
and that's what you
allowed.
are doing.
Well, no, Councillor, don't.
You are playing
refuse-
party politics. You are
No.
not being a speaker of the council. You
Councillor,
are
I'm gonna
becoming a
give you
speaker
your
of the
first warning.
DA.
I'm going to give you your first warning.
Yeah.
I
Mr. Speaker, please be fair, man. Please be fair, Mr. Speaker. That's all we
Councillor.
ask of you. Please be fair.
Okay. Councillors, it is obvious and very clear to me that the only time that this speaker is fair is when he has been intimidated and goes according to what the opposition party says. I am not playing politics. I am not here in a matter of anything other than to get this agenda done. Okay? I am
Mr.
now.
Speaker, please answer our questions
I
that we
have
asked.
answered your question and I am not going to answer it again.
Did you
You-
receive?
I have answered the question and I have decided I will deal with that item when the agenda deals with it. Okay, I am going to ask you, councillors, if you want to disrupt this meeting, all right, then you continue the way that you are. We are not here, okay, and if anybody is playing politics, it is yourselves trying to disrupt this meeting because it is clear that the game that is being played at the moment is to try and disrupt this meeting so that I can be made out to be the person that is in the wrong. I have made my ruling and I'm going to stick with that. This agenda is business of the day in order to give services to the people we serve. And I'm going to go through that. And once I get to the item, I will deal with that motion. But if anybody is playing politics, it is not myself. And I will put that on record. You are trying to make me out to be the wrong. I've made my ruling. You are disobeying all of the stuff in the rules of order in order to play the victim and trying to make me as the speaker look like the villain. And I'm glad this is being recorded and I'm glad it's going out on social media and on YouTube because for far too long, okay, we are here to concentrate on the business of the day. We are here to serve 250,000 people outside. Up until now, it seems to you, to me, my personal opinion is that it is more important to play politics within our council than it is to deal with the business of the day. And that is my opinion, and I'm entitled to it. I am therefore making the ruling, and I will stand by this ruling, that we will deal with the business of the day to ensure that the people that put us in our positions are dealt with before our own aspirations and our own problems. And I'm now going to allow, and if we continue to disrupt, I will go back to the ruling whereby I mute and unmute in accordance to the speaker's list. And if that is, in your opinion, unconstitutional, then I would ask you to then take it up on a proper platform, but I will not allow this meeting to disrupt and to go into a situation where we cannot serve the people that put us in these positions. My position as a speaker is totally apolitical, and I'm here to serve the people of George, not individuals. I'm now going to move on. The next person to speak, and the item that we are dealing with is item 7.2.2. And the first speaker on this item is Councillor Alderman Petrus, and you will have your time, which starts once you have unmuted yourself. You have 3 minutes.
Baie dankie speaker, collega's. Speaker, dit gaan die item gaan oor die wysigingsprojek in F325, spesifiek die informele nedersettingsgedeelte wat nou al 'n geruime tyd daar geleë is. Speaker, ons wil graag hê dat die inwoners so gou as moontlik 'n wysigingsgeleentheid ontvang, maar ook dat die wie nie geleentheid ontvang nie, die nodige dienste op die huidige gedeelte van die informele nedersetting kan ontvang. Ons sal ook vra, die munisipaliteit sal vra dat ons die nodige finansiële ondersteuning en logistieke ondersteuning indien nodig kry van die Wes-Kaapse Departement van Menslike Nedersettings. So speaker, die munisipaliteits amptenare sal reeds besig met opnames om die nodige inligting te kry van elke inwoner wat tans in die nedersetting woonagtig is, sodat ons as 'n raad hulle behulpsaam kan wees. My versoek is speaker dat ons asseblief dat die raad asseblief ondersteuning gee en hierdie mosie ondersteun. Jammer, hierdie aanbeveling ondersteun, sodat ons so gou as moontlik hierdie mense kan help, speaker.
Thank you, Councillor. Can I have a translation, please?
Uthi ke lo mba umalunga ne-F325 ekufuneke abantu beziswe khona okanye badityaniswe khona, uthi ke sizawuthi sicele inkxaso-mali phaa kwi-Department of Human Settlement ukwenzela uba wonke umhlali azokwazi ukufumana indawo. Uthi ke kuzawuqala kuthathwe neenkcukacha zabantu ekufuneke behlale khona kule ngingqi. Uthi ke uzawucela kakhulu ukubana ibhunga liyixhase le recommendation ukwenzela uba kuzokhawuleziswa nokwenziwa le nkqubo.
Thank you. Are you finished? Okay. The next person to speak on this item would have been Councillor Gom. However, I've been told that he is struggling to log in, and it will be dealt with by Councillor Mdaka F. Mdaka, you have 3 minutes, Councillor. Councillor, your time is running. Councillor Ndaka, your mic is active. Thank you. I can see you've unmuted yourself. Continue, please. Your time starts. Councillor Ndaka, I've seen that your mic has been unmuted. For some reason, you're not to speak. There's a problem.
Can you hear me now?
Now I can hear you. Please continue. You have 3 minutes.
Oh, okay, it's fine. Singu-ANC asikho ngaphesheya kulomba uxoxwayo, kodwa sinengxalabo yokubana aba ba-illegal kule ndawo bona abantu izawuthini into yabo. Futhi umbuzo, nibazi nini ukuba aba bantu bahlala kukho abantu abahlala phayana? Futhi wona umsebenzi we-anti-land invasion uyintoni, ngoba if benibabone ngela xesha ngenibasusile sekude kube lapha nje bekhona. Kwenzeke njani? Kungoba befuna ubhalwa ama-overtime bazosebenza overtime. Speaker, sanuzwisa i-failure yenu ukuthi please, because nina befayilishileyo ne-land invasion yoba nisuse abantu abahleli illegal kula mhlaba. And Speaker, kusa-South Africa apha wonke umuntu unelungelo lasemhlabeni, akho muntu futhi uhleli illegal. Enkosi Speaker, ngamazwi kaGomke lawo. Andiyazi ibhalwe apha.
Councillor Faith, I presume you're finished because you're no longer speaking. Can I have a translation, please?
Speaker, endigqibile.
You went silent, so please tell me what's happening.
Thank you, Speaker. We as the ANC, we are not totally against the recommendation, but we are just worried about the illegal occupants that are currently residing in that area. We just want to know, this is a question, when did you actually get to find out that there are illegal occupants on that land? The second question is, what is the duty of the anti-land invasion? Why is it we are only finding out now that there are illegal occupants on that land? So what is their duty? Are they only claiming for, or are they only working for overtime that we only get to find out now about that there are illegal occupants that are actually occupying that land? And Speaker, don't bring your failures to us, because you failed to remove those illegal occupants so that they can have a place to stay in or to live in. The other point they wanted to make is, this is South Africa. Actually, there are no illegal occupants.
Thank you very much. The next person to speak on this item is Councillor Camille. You have 2 minutes. Councillor Camille, your mic is...
Speaker.
Continue.
Speaker, can you hear me?
I said continue.
Yeah, we're sick and tired of you, man. You've been playing dictatorship. You are controlling us like robots. You are remote controlling us as if we are invited. We are here when we invite here. You mute us when you like it, and then you unmute us when you like it. It's not on, man. And then let me go into the item. We as EFF, we stated clearly that our first non-negotiable cardinal pillar, expropriation of land without compensation. When we talk about that, we mean it. It's not like we are playing. So you as a DA government, you are busy selling all the ground, the small portions that we have of land, and then we expect our people to where to stay. Our people don't have land, hence they will illegally occupy all the available land. So there is no way that you can say they are illegally there while Van der Merwe, that side is having a lot of hectares. We don't know where do they get that land then. So it's a, so Speaker, we are totally against what this municipality is trying to do on our people. And then we want to put it on record. This land was stolen, and then this land was taken through genocide. Our forefathers died for this land. So there is no way that we can allow it to happen to our people in this democracy we live in now.
Thank you, Councillor. Your time is up. Exactly. Thank you. The next person to speak on this item is the final person, and that is Councillor Lose. Councillor Lose, you have 1 minute. Please continue.
Thank you, Speaker, for the opportunity. Speaker, I second the item and the recommendation of item as is. Thank you very much, Speaker.
Thank you very much. So we therefore have it seconded. We're going to move on. Thank you. The next item that I'm going to call on is item 7.2.4, which is an item of no debate. And then directly after that, it is item 7.2.5, waiving of the development cost of the erection of a new fire station in the Garden District Municipality. The first person to speak on this item is Councillor Clark. Councillor Clark, you have 2 minutes, please.
Speaker, thank you. The purpose of the item is to obtain approval from Council for the waiving of the development costs of about 1.1 million for the erection of a much needed new fire station by the Gardenwood District Municipality. A deed of sale was concluded in August 2021 between the two municipalities for the sale of Urban 22494 and 22495, situated in PW Botha Boulevard, Pacaltsdorp. This urban is the property of the George municipality. Speaker, we are happy that this facility will be erected in close proximity to Pacaltsdorp, and I am happy that this council is working hard to serve the citizens of George. I therefore recommend that council approves the waiving of the payment of development contributions on the mentioned urban, and that this is an exception to the rule as it is in the interest of public good and public safety. I therefore recommend. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Clark. The next person to speak on this item is Councillor Hector. Councillor Hector, you have 1 minute. Your time starts once you have unmuted. Councillor Hector, you can continue, please.
Dankie Speaker. Speaker, op die item self het ek maar besluit om die wyse waar jy ons hanteer hierso, die ondemokratiese wyse waar jy ons hanteer, sal ek maar abstain van hierdie item en deelname van die item, en ons sal wag vir die mosie. Ek weet nie waarvoor julle bang is of waarvoor jy bang is vir die mosie nie. Ons wil nie van die DA of die Vryheidsfront ontslaa raak nie, ons wil maar net van die burgemeester ontslaa raak. Julle kan weer 'n ander DA burgemeester kies.
Councillor, that has absolutely nothing to do with the item at hand. And your personal viewpoints are not part of this item. If you've decided to leave yourself out of this item, then please stick to the item. That is also part of the rules of order. So please, you've decided you will recuse yourself of this item. I'm therefore going to move on to the next person to speak on this item, which is therefore Councillor Jansen. You have 1 minute. Councillor Jansen, you have 1 minute. Your time starts once you've unmuted. Please continue. Councillor Jansen from the PBI. Could I ask the whip of PBI, is there a problem with that microphone? Let me be fair. I'm not receiving any answers from any of the PBI councillors. The microphone is unmuted, so there's no reason why Councillor Jansen cannot speak. Councillor Jansen, please, I'm going to ask for the last time. Okay, I'm going to continue. I've given more than enough chance. No, I'm going to ask, therefore, that the next person to speak on this item is Councillor Cronje. Councillor Cronje, you have 1 minute, please. I'm going to ask once more, Councillor Cronje, are you able to unmute and continue, please?
Thank you, Speaker. I am now unmuted. I second the proposal by my colleague, Councillor Clark. Thank you.
Thank you very much, We therefore, the item is carried. We're going to continue. The next item, if I may just ask for 2 seconds, please, just please bear with me. Right. Thank you very much. The next item that we would like to go through is item 7.2.7, which is a no debate item. 7.2.8, which is also a no debate item. And we will therefore, the next item on the agenda, which we will go through, is item 7.2.9. I'm going to give you a chance to get there. 7.2.9, which is the proposed leasing of portion 14 of the farm Houtbosch. The first speaker to speak on this item is Councillor Suffers. Councillor Suffers, you have 3 minutes, please.
Speaker, yes, thank you very much. Speaker, this piece of land is situated northwest of Blanco, namely portion 14 of the farm Houtbosch number 212. It's about 7.1532 hectares. There are no buildings, no water, no sewage or electricity. It was mainly be used for grazing. The land is split in 2 pieces where there's a prescription road on, that divides the property in 2 halves, which actually give access to the farms and small buildings around. Speaker, at the Executive Mayor Committee meeting held on the 20 July 2017, the following was inter alia resolved regarding the utilization of portion 14 of the farm Houtbosch number 212. That approval be granted to provide support and for the utilization of portion 14 of the farm 212 Houtbosch located in Blanco for agricultural purposes to the benefit of farming community that resides in Blanco. B, that the subject land be used and managed by the Division Economic Development in collaboration with our property section. Chairperson, therefore, I proposed, as been recommended on page 162 to 163, Chairperson. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Suffers. I appreciate that. The next person to speak on this item is Councillor Carolus from the PBI. Councillor Carolus, you have 1 minute. Councillor Carolus of the PBI.
Ja, Speaker. Ek wil net noem dat die Michelle Berens en haar bure al vir baie jare daai stuk grond gebruik sonder enige betaling en hulle al tot vervelings toe ons law enforcement probleme gegee het omdat hulle vee daar loop. In 2021 het Books and Boots ene meneer Zyn Kustner 'n boerling van Blanco 'n aansoek gebring vir die gebruik van daai stuk grond. En ongelukkig het die burgemeester en sy komitee besluit dat hy nie wit genoeg of goed genoeg is vir die gebruik van daai stuk grond nie. Meneer Kustner is 'n seun van Blanco wat dit op sy hart geneem het om sy mede-blankonaars op te hef uit armoede uit. So die burgemeester en sy komitee het 'n jong man se droom en ander jong mense van blanco se drome gekelder.
5 secondes.
Speaker, kan ek aangaan?
Your time has just gone up. I'm going to give you 5 seconds to wrap up, please.
Die PBI is dus van mening dat ons vir blanco se mense moet begin oorreed om nie weer vir die DA te stem nie. Sien dat die DA nie blanco se mense wat ook graag iets wil doen met landbou.
Thank you, Councillor. I've given you enough time to wrap up. I'm sorry, your time was up. I gave you more than enough time to finalize. Thank you. The last person to speak on this item is Councillor Mbete. Councillor Mbete, you have 2 minutes. Please continue.
Good afternoon, Speaker. Speaker, I second the recommendation made by my colleague, Councillor Seyfas. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Mbete. Councillors, and I'm going to address the public as well. There is an allegation that there is a partial activity from my side being biased towards a specific party. I am going to put it on record that I have taken, due to the fact that I need this meeting to continue, that the microphones of people who are not on the speakers list, in fact, all microphones have been muted, not a specific few, as per the allegations that are being made against myself, in order to get this meeting flowing forward. I'm therefore putting it on record that everybody is being treated 100% fairly and consistently with everybody else. It is my duty as the speaker to ensure that meetings are dealt with in a disciplined and in a manner which allows for the business of the day to proceed. And I have therefore invoked that right so that we can continue, because it has become very clear that the sole purpose of certain councillors is to go ahead with a motion of no confidence later, and that is what they are concentrating on. And I believe that we have answered that question, and we are therefore going to be moving on. That item is therefore approved, and we are going to continue with the next item. The next item on the agenda is item that I'm going to allow is 7.2.10, which is the adoption of the draft George Municipal Spatial Development Framework 2023 and permission to proceed with public participation 8.1. The first councillor to speak on this matter is Councillor Hill. Councillor Hill, you have 3 minutes. Your mic is unmuted and your time will start once you start speaking.
Thank you, Speaker. Thank you, councillors. The purpose of this item today before us is the draft amended George Spatial Framework 2023. And in order to proceed with that, we need an adoption in principle to give the administration that mandate. Colleagues, a series of engagements took place, and all of that was assimilated in the status quo and the review reports that has already served before council. A huge amount of information was collated, and that was merged, if I can use that word, with the MSDF dated 2029. Just to indicate that this MSDF of 2023 subscribes to the Spatial Planning and Land Use Management Act. That's the national framework of that. The draft 2023 document before us today once endorsed, hopefully today will allow us to proceed with the public participation process that will take place during the months of November and December. And once we conclude on that, then the final MSDF will be submitted to Council for final adoption by the end of May 2023. And that will run concurrent with the IDP process that is currently also taking place. So, Speaker, I want to take you to page 170 of the recommendation on this item, and I propose accordingly as per the recommendation on page 170. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Councillor Hill. I appreciate that. The next person to speak on this item is the Good Party. The speaker on the list is Councillor Masase. You have 2 minutes. Your time starts once you are unmuted.
Thank you, Speaker. As Good, we believe that public land must be used for public good. We strongly believe in advocating for spatial justice for our people. The apartheid spatial framework, which separated our people based on skin color, has resulted in unequal access to jobs, housing, land, and transport in towns, cities, and rural areas. It is up to us as councillors of George Municipality to rectify this, Speaker. The MSDF Draft 1 is an informative document, and I will give credit to the team that worked on the document. My concern, or our concern, is that there isn't enough or a lot of detail on the implementation processes. We see the goalpost, but we don't know how we're going to get there. Spatial injustice is a major concern for all of our people, and in particular, the issue of housing. Our people are tired of waiting too long for change to start happening. They need us to expedite housing projects. We need to see actual projects start, and we need to be informed of the necessary implementation processes that will see us achieving what we want to achieve. We want to see our people of all races move to the inner city, where life will be better for them and where they will save a lot of money because they will save on costs such as transportation costs. We are happy to hear of some plans such as the land parcels that were identified for JP housing, gap housing opportunities in the outer skirts of the CBD at areas like Parkersdorp and Delville Park. This will go a long way in relieving many of our people. We also take note of the plans to build approximately 1,000 rental units for qualifying income bracket of 1,850 to 22,000 rand per month. Such projects will always be welcomed. We have no issues with the draft policy being moved forward for public participation, but we want to stress that we need actual projects to start happening and actual implementation plans to be put in place in reasonable timeframes without rushing the work of council. Our people have waited too long. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you for your insightfulness. Thank you, Councillor. The next person to speak on this item is Alderman Gericke. Alderman Gericke, you have 2 minutes. Your mic is activated and you just need to unmute yourself, and you therefore can go ahead for 2 minutes. Councillor Alderman Gericke, your mic is active. You need to unmute yourself, and I can see you, Alderman, but unfortunately your mic is not unmuted. All you need to do is click the button, Alderman. I can see that you are unmuted. You have not unmuted yourself. Your microphone is active. Alderman, all the other people have had spoken on their devices. Your microphone is definitely active. It is on the screen as being active. Choose a microphone, Alvin.
Mr. Speaker,
Thank you.
You must get this microphones and stuff right now.
Alderman, there's nothing wrong with the microphones. I've double
If I'm
checked them.
telling you, listen to me. Just listen to me. Get off your high horse.
Alderman.
Get off your high horse because our mics are not highlighted. It's not highlighted and you're telling us the mics are on. I'm not your fool.
I will not tolerate that type of attitude towards me, Alderman. I'm telling you that your microphone was unmuted and it was active.
The microphone is all the time not highlighted. It's not unmuted. That's it. Then I would have spoken.
Then I suggest that you go to
Why
the
are you
IT
making
and
a
find
fool of
out
me?
what the problem is, Alderman, because the problem is not
But
with
why
me.
don't you sort
As that
Alderman, I have given every single opportunity to be decent about this whole situation. Your latest
I am
outburst.
asking you to sort your IT out because the button here, as much as you are saying that it's on, it is not highlighted on our side. And it happens to all the
Well,
councillors
Alderman,
here, all the
your
opposition
microphone
councillors.
is now operational. Can I ask you to continue with this item?
I'm asking you to sort this out because we're not
Your
on the struggle
microphone
with
is
us. You can move
working.
on with your meeting.
Thank you.
Just
I'll
move
continue
on
with the
your
meeting. Thank
We'll
you.
see
You've
each
just given me
other.
permission. Thank you. I will continue. Thank you. With the permission of Alderman Gericke, I'm moving on to Councillor Camille. Councillor Camille, you have 2 minutes, please. Alderman Gericke, in fact, I've taken this under revisement. The fact that you are raising your voice and you are clearly showing dissent towards me as a person and making allegations against me as a person.
You can bring 1 million charges against me. I'm going to sue you for defamation because you are taking chances as a speaker. You are a chance taker. You are nothing else than a chance taker. And don't talk any nonsense further to me. Do what you want to.
Thank you very much. I'm going to give you your last warning. Your second warning was at 14:25. I'm now going to give you your last warning, and I'm going to remove you due to your actions towards me and your complete and disrespect for me as the Speaker of Council. I'm going to ask that your link be removed and you no longer participate in this meeting. Thank you.
This is all that you can
Thank you.
depend upon. You want to hide behind your crooked ways, but we must be silent.
No,
Dis
Alderman.
skelmigheid wat jy hier doen. Dan jy ons is
Alderman.
bang vir jou. Do you think I'm scared of your nonsense? Do you think I'm scared of your putting me out all the time? We are just sick and tired of your...
Alderman Gericke, you have obviously shown your true colors this afternoon, and I will not tolerate that type of attitude towards anybody. I am actually quite flabbergasted, to put it bluntly, at the way that you continuously attack me as a person in public, and I will therefore no longer continue to take that. I'm moving on with this meeting, and you have been removed for the simple fact that you have disobeyed Rule 28.2.10 to obstruct the continuation of the business of the meeting by interjecting when another member is speaking, especially myself, and that the fact that you have attacked me as a person personally, I will take it up after the meeting. Thank you very much. I am therefore giving you notice of that. I am now going to move on to the next item on this agenda. Sorry, the next speaker is Councillor Camille. I apologize for the delay in your opportunity to represent your party for 2 minutes. Your microphone is unmuted and enabled. Please go ahead with your 2 minutes.
Speaker. Before I speak,
I can hear you, Councillor. I'm going to ask you to please stay with the item. We are discussing item 7.2.10.
No, you can't be dictating me like that.
I'm asking you, Councillor, to stay with the item. We have an agenda to stay with.
As much as I want to stay with the item, but the way this meeting is being conducted, we are not treated fairly here. We must also remember and understand that the purpose of the rules of order, it clearly states there, whatever we discuss, it must come up with a positive outcomes, and you must allow a fair debate to take place as a speaker. Now, the way you are conducting the meeting, Speaker, you don't want to give us chance. It's like, as I've said on my first comment, that you are detecting and then you are putting terms on us when it comes to discussions. Now we cannot talk freely. We are afraid that you will interject and then you will also cut us.
Are you quite finished, Councillor? You've taken up
Speaker,
one, Councillor.
will you please allow the debate to take place fairly?
Councillor, I have allowed debate on the items. The rules of order are very clear. Debate revolves around the items at hand. You cannot discuss anything else except what is on the item. And every single councillor has had the opportunity and a fair opportunity to talk and debate on the items. Councillor, you are giving me your... No, I'm not doing anything intentionally, Councillor. You have...
Now you are abusing your powers as a speaker. You mute us.
Councillor, I've muted you now, yes, because you have now basically finished your 2 minutes. I gave you the opportunity to debate. Councillor, please do not interrupt. I gave you 2 minutes, which was a fair opportunity to debate item 7.2.10. You chose to use your time unproductively and not to serve the people of George, but rather to tell me how inadequate I am. I have now said that your time is up. You utilized that incorrectly. And in accordance to item 25.1, when the speaker speaks, any member then speaking or offering to speak must be silent. And you obviously are not going to adhere to that either. So I am going to tell you that you have had your first warning very nicely at 14:30. I gave you an opportunity to debate the item. You declined that, and I'm therefore moving on to the last person on the item. The last person to speak on this item is Councillor Fichland. Councillor Fichland, you have 2 minutes. Councillor Fichland, your mic is enabled. You can continue.
I second the proposal.
Thank you very much. That is item 7.2.10, which we've now concluded, and that therefore carries. The next item on the agenda is 7.2.11, which is a no debate. We're going to move on to 7.12.2. Hold on a second, just 1 second, just give me 2 seconds. I apologize. We've done 7.2.11, which is a no debate. We're now going to move on to item 12 for purposes of expediency. Item 12.1, if we could please ask the corporate services to go to item 12, and then we're going to ask the tabling of the quarterly budget and monitoring report by Alderman van Wyk, please.
Thanks, Speaker. I've been unmuted now. I think in tabling this first quarter's monitoring report for the 22-23 year, so in other words, from July to September, I think I would just like to report that we've got a capital expenditure budget of 802 million for the year. In terms of planning for this quarter, it was 158 million. We've got an actual spending of 119 million plus orders that were in process at the end of that quarter of 37 million. So that takes us effectively up to about 106 million. So capital expenditure is very much there. On the operating expenditure side, our property rates are 2% ahead. However, electricity consumption is 8% behind budget, of which clearly load shedding is a definite contributor. On the other hand, our water consumption is 8% above what was planned. So therefore, from an operating expenditure, it still looks reasonable, but I think we're going to need to pay special attention to electricity revenue when it comes to the adjustment budget stage. If we turn to operating expenditure, there are still a number of staff vacancies, and therefore that expenditure is below expectation. Our bulk purchases are for electricity are ever 4% up, which also indicates the reduction because we had a price increase of 9%, over 9%. If we look at our cash position, we were in the healthy position of 727 million total cash available. Our debtors are running at 423 million, while that is 19% up year on year. We should notice that our current debtors are in fact 30% up, which indicates that additional level of business that is taking place. Our collection rate remains at 97, 98% over the August-September period, which is the more realistic months to look at in this quarter. And we trust that if we look at it on a 12-month basis, which would be very good if finance could give us a 12-month view on that, I believe we should be looking at least 96%. Our borrowings are at 241 million as at the end of the quarter. And if we look at our overtime, it certainly it is a little bit up in certain areas, which is law enforcement, which is indicative of the type of incidents of vandalism and cable theft and so forth that law enforcement has had to deal with as well. So on the whole, our finances are looking in a good state after the first quarter. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Here, Alderman van Wyk. The first item, therefore, or the first person to speak on item 12.1 on the quarterly budget monitoring report for July-September 2022 is Councillor Barnard. You have 3 minutes, please.
Thank you very much, Speaker. I will not be using the full 3 minutes. As we normally joke with the Mayor, he stole our thunder because he's given a very good tabling of this first quarterly report for the present financial year. I just need to highlight again the fact that we have seen a decrease in electricity sales, which is directly linked to load shedding, something that will need to be addressed over the next couple of months. And something that also is quite scary is the fact that we have seen an 8% increase in water consumption in the first quarter, and we are not yet in the the hottest part of our year yet. So that is something that residents do need to take note of. Speaker, I would like to take counsel to the recommendation on page 515, and I would like council to take note of this first quarterly budget monitoring report that has been tabled by the Mayor of George. Thank you very much, Speaker. That's all from my side. I so recommend.
Thank you very much, Councillor Barnard. The next person to speak on this item is the ANC's Councillor Toto. Councillor Toto, you have 3 minutes. You may go ahead, please. Once your mic is enabled, you can unmute yourself and then continue for your 3 minutes, please.
Speaker, item wat mijn naam is.
Sorry, I didn't get that, Councillor.
We're not going to participate with items that are craving my name.
Okay, no problem. We'll continue then. The next person to speak on this item is Councillor Simmers. Councillor Simmers, you have 2 minutes, please. Councillor Simmers.
I second as being proposed. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much. The item therefore carries. That concludes item 12.1. The next item on the agenda is 12.2, which has already been completed. We therefore move on to item 12.4, which is the urgent RBIG environments to ensure adequate contractually committed budget. The first person to speak on this item is Councillor van Branders. Councillor van Branders, you have 2 minutes. 3 minutes, sorry, 3 minutes to talk. You may go ahead once you have unmuted your microphone. It is now active. Councillor van Branders, please continue. Councillor van Branders, your microphone is active. Please just check.
Okay, there we go. Thank you very much, Speaker.
Thank you.
Okay, firstly, thank you for this opportunity. Now, what this item is relating about is, as you all know, part of the BFI grant is that the BFI gets divided into basically 4 financial years. Now, the first financial year, we had the 81 million. This financial year, we've got 240 million. But if we look at the projects and the progress we are currently doing, which is obviously extremely good because we are estimating that we need more money in this financial year because of the water situation, and we obviously want to handle the projects off as quickly as possible. Now, we have submitted a proposal to National Treasury for additional 154 million to be added to this financial year, that it's taken from the next financial year where the 510 is, and then that's obviously subtracted the 134, and then the 240 adds the 134. But until we actually get those amounts approved that we can move it to this financial year, we need to do a bit of environments. Now, we all know if environment is more than 5 million, we need to take it to council. Now, at this stage, we are asking that we can wire money from our waterworks. We're going to wire minus 42 million, and then, of course, Kaapkop Pump Station, that 8 million, and then we're going to wire 8 million to the upgrading of Mill Pump Station, and then 6 million to the Gardenwood Dam Pump Stations, and then to our old waterworks rehab, 12 million, our filter sand, 12 million, and our structure fans, 11 million. So that is the plan that we want to do, because we don't want to stop with constructions. We want to continue, and we can see we are going to fall short if we don't do that environments now. So we are asking the council's approval to do that environments within the BFI allocation. So if we look at page 598, the recommendation that the municipal manager be authorized to approve the proposed environments. Thank you very much, Speaker.
Thank you very much, Councillor van Branders. The next party to speak on this matter is the ANC, although we know that Councillor Esu is not available. Is there a member of the ANC that would like to use the 3 minutes, please? If not, please just indicate. Councillor Ndaka, as the senior person in ANC, is there somebody that would like to take up the 3 minutes as Councillor Esu is in hospital?
Okay, can you wait for Councillor Ndaka?
I will give her 30 seconds to get to the microphone.
Speaker.
Go ahead,
Do you
Councillor.
think we're
you
still
have,
part of this meeting while
you have,
you're muting
Councillor,
us?
you have
Want to say something, but you are muting us. Do you still were needed in this meeting?
Councillor Mdaka, we are discussing the urgent RBIG environment to ensure adequate contractually committed budget. Would you like to continue with that item?
But when I speak, you are not
Councillor,
doing
your
what you want.
your
to-
microphone,
you
your
saying you
microphone
do
is
it. You are not
unmuted.
fair.
Councillor,
You
you
are
are
not
unmuted.
fair.
Obviously, Councillor, you do not want to talk on the item. Please speak on the item. You are talking. I'm offering
Speaker,
an
you are
opportunity.
starting to rule the way that it's not acceptable. We want to be part of this meeting. You want
Councillor,
to
then
finish this
please
meeting,
debate the
but the
item.
way that you are carrying on, it's wrong, Speaker.
Councillor, I'm sorry, but we are here to debate the items on the agenda. And you are continuing with this to indulge in a tedious repetition and inappropriateness. I've given you the opportunity to discuss the item. You say that I am unfair. I have given every single speaker on the list the opportunity to discuss the item. I therefore have not acted in an unfair manner whatsoever. The only people that are permitted to talk on an item as per any rules of order are the people on the speakers list. I therefore have acted consistently and fairly to everybody. I've asked you now, would you like to take up the 3 minutes of Councillor Eso to discuss the item at hand? If not,
Speaker,
please indicate and I will
Speaker,
move to the next speaker. Do you want
can
to discuss
I
this item?
request something? Can I request that you don't put our mics on mute?
Councillor,
You wait for us so that you can.
Councillor,
Hi.
I am going to ask you, are you just going to discuss the item or not?
I still have minutes, Speaker. I'm still speaking. I still have minutes.
Councillor, I can interject by saying to you that you need to stick to the item. You have not discussed the item at hand as yet. Please stick to the
Before
item.
I discuss the item, can you hear me
No,
out? Speaker?
I cannot hear you out, Councillor. You are
really
busy.
don't want us to participate in this meeting.
Councillor, you don't want yourself to participate. I've asked you to.
No, Speaker, you are wrong. We are going to sit and participate in.
I am not going to get into an argument with you, Councillor. Yes, no, yes, no. I have made a ruling and you continuously stifle the debate by continuing to go off at something which is completely nothing to do with the item. You are wasting the residents of this town's time and our time because you are afforded the opportunity to debate, and yet you choose to continue to attack me as a person and tell me how wrong I am. Please give your time to the item at hand. Your time is now up. You have wasted precious time. And it is sad because we are 55 councillors in this council. We are people that are listening in on YouTube. And yet you persist to indulge in tedious repetition, continually questioning my ruling. I have given every single opportunity to every councillor. A council meeting is here to discuss the items on the agenda. For some reason, you have found it in yourself to do anything but that. And I'm really saddened on this day that we are putting ourselves ahead of the residents of this town. I've asked you 3 times to get on with it and you continuously stopped. So therefore, I have no alternative to give you at 14:47 your first warning, Councillor Ndaka, and I will continue doing so until such time as we realize we are here for the residents of George. I'm going to ask the next councillor to speak on this item. The item at hand, once again, is the 12.4, and the next person to speak is Councillor Peterson, please. Councillor Peterson, thank you. Thank you, Councillor. Can continue. You have 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I first want to tell you that we are totally disgusted in the manner that this meeting is being held. We are leaders in our communities, and the way that you are treating us like children is not on. If you don't change your stance, then we will leave this meeting, and you can go on with your meeting in the way and in the manner that you wish to go on. But we will not tolerate this. We were chosen by our people, and we are here to see to their needs. And if we cannot speak on their needs, if you stifle debate, then it is useless for us to be here.
Councillor,
So
thank you very,
please change your stance. We are
Councillor,
warning you.
You make a statement that you are leaders of the community, and unfortunately I have to, my personal opinion is that we are not acting as leaders by continuously wavering off the items of the agenda. We are here to serve the people of George, and I am
You are
doing it.
humiliating us, Speaker.
No, you're trying to humiliate me, Councillor, and I will not tolerate that
Speaker,
either. So I'm going to continue. Thank you.
We're not leaders, then you also not the leader, Speaker.
Councillor, you obviously do not want this meeting to continue. Councillor Peterson, along with the other councillors, I will not continue to be insulted and, as you put it, humiliated. It seems that you have there is a general tendency that the only insults can come from one side. You are continuously challenging the ruling of the Speaker. You are continuously indulging in repetitive and inappropriate discussions. You are not discussing the items on the agenda, and I can continue. You are also disregarding any instructions of the Speaker, and I will not continue. And the mere fact that you threatened to leave the meeting in itself shows the lack of commitment to actually dealing with the items at hand. My sole purpose is to ensure that the dealings of the day are dealt with in accordance to the agenda, which we all had an opportunity to read. I have not deprived anybody of the opportunity to talk, and I'm not going to repeat myself on that. I am now, therefore, going to continue this meeting. And I've given you, Councillor Peterson, your first warning at 14:49 in accordance to rules 28.2.13, 28.2.11, 28.2.14. That is your first warning. And if you would like to go ahead with your threat to leave the meeting, that is your prerogative. I have not forced anybody out of this meeting apart from those which have basically disobeyed or gone against the ruling of the Speaker. So therefore, I'm now going to continue this meeting, and the next person to speak on this item is Councillor Johnson. Councillor Johnson, you have 2 minutes, please.
Good afternoon, and thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Speaker, before you continue.
Councillors, sorry, Councillor Johnson. There seems to be a serious attempt to make this meeting completely ungovernable. And I took a decision to mute the microphones, and I'm going to take it back again. The simple fact that every time I try to be reasonable, we have councillors that take it upon themselves to, and it's quite clear, the rules are quite clear, that if you need to talk to or say something, put in the chat box, that is being ignored. It seems as though there is a concerted effort to try and to break down this meeting for whatever reason. And it looks as though nobody wants to take responsibility and everyone wants to try and blame the Speaker. And I think it's time that you actually took responsibility for your own actions as well. I'm trying to make sure that this meeting continues, but obviously it doesn't seem to be that way. So I'm going to unmute Councillor Johnson in a fashion that we can continue with this meeting. If Councillor Johnson is unmuted, you can go ahead, Councillor Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you for keeping up discipline in this meeting. Speaker, I wish to second the proposal by Councillor von Brandes that the MM be authorized to approve the proposed environment as stipulated under this item. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Councillor Johnson. Appreciate that. I just need to get my bearings straight because I now have people trying to contact me on my phone while I'm in the middle of a meeting. 12.4 therefore carries. We're going to continue with item 12.5. Item 12.5 is the tender number ENG 033 of 2018, maintenance of the standby generator and the uninterruptible power supply UPS for a period of three years from the date of the appointment. The first councillor to speak on this item is Councillor Mbete. Councillor Mbete, you have 3 minutes to discuss this item, please.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Speaker, the purpose of submission is to request council approval for the extension of tender 033-2018, maintenance on the standby generator and UPS power supply for a period of 3 years from date of appointment. The extension is requested under the service level agreement, which was entered into between George Municipality and George Emergency Power Services for the provision of service for maintenance of standby generators and UPS to George Municipality. The service level agreement entered on the 26th April 2019 for a period of 3 years from date of appointment. That's currently extended till 5th November 2022. Speaker, a tender process is currently underway under ENG 009 of 2022. The tender will close on Friday, 28 October 2022, and the BEC and BAC process will follow accordingly, with the award to be done by end December. The award is, however, subject to a standard 14-day period of objections before it can be made final, and in terms of the service level agreement with the current service provider. This means that, unfortunately, the award and handover will not be concluded before the end of December 2022. To ensure we can provide the most critical pump stations with higher generators, as well as be able to provide maintenance service as and when required during the period where the new service providers has not been appointed and or the new generator installed or commissioned. The absence of service provider could have dire impacts on the proper operations. Mr. Speaker, I propose that Council approve the extension of the tender and report that the MM or the Director of Electrotechnical Service Directorate is duly authorized to conclude the maintenance agreements with the service providers set out in this item, aligned to Section 116 processes to ensure that the municipal generators remain maintained and in service until such time as new service providers is appointed after the conclusion of municipal tender processes, more specifically the recommendation on page 603, that is A to C. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor Mbete. The next person to speak on this item 12.5 is the ANC, and the person that was allocated to speaking on that matter is the Councillor Iesu, who is unfortunately sick. I'm going to once again ask if there is a member of the ANC that would like to take his position. Councillor Faith Ndaka, bearing in mind that we are discussing the tender number ENG 033 of 2018. If you would like to discuss this matter, please indicate your microphone is on, you unmute yourself, and you can talk on the item. Thank you. I'm giving you the opportunity to talk. You have 3 minutes.
Sorry, Speaker. I've raised the point of motion of exigence. Now I'm being told that I must write on a chat box. I don't understand. Can you please clarify me on that one?
Councillor, you've been a councillor for almost a year, and I have explicitly said that you need to put your...
Speaker, were you looking for me?
Just 1 second, please, Councillor Ndaka, because Councillor Camille once again decided that once I put the microphones on, he decided to talk out of turn once again. I've asked you to put your motion of exurgency and explain it in the chat box. Until then, I will not recognize you as this on the floor, and I'm asking Councillor Faith Ndaka to please continue with your 3 minutes on item 2.
How can I explain a point of motion of exigency on a chat box? But I already stated that I'm rising on a point of on a motion.
Councillor, it is quite simple. You type your motion of exurgency in the chat box. There's nothing, it's not a trick question. It's not anything derogatory. Everyone else is expected to do it, and so are you. I'm going to ask Councillor Ndaka to please continue, and Councillor Camille, I'm asking you to please refrain from interrupting so that we can continue with the matter of the day. Councillor Ndaka.
The same thing that you are doing. When you feel you unmute us.
Councillor Ndaka, please, could you continue? Councillor Ndaka. Councillor Ndaka, can you indicate whether you're going to be speaking on this item, please? I'm going to I'll give you 10 seconds.
Pass, Speaker, pass.
Thank you very much. We'll move on. The next person to speak on this item is Councillor Masase. You have 2 minutes, please.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, I don't want to derail the business of the day, but I am part of a collective here of opposition, and the thought now is that the people are not being, all of us, we are not feeling that the processes that are being done are fair. They're not being done in a fair manner. I mean, not even someone that don't put a chat box are being attended. So I really am not the type to derail meetings and everything. But I do want to ask the speaker to please just use his discretion and try to hear everybody on their points. Maybe you will find that they are of use to you, but please, speaker, that is just my submission on this matter. We will not be commenting on this one.
Thank you very much. Thank you for that. We're going to continue with the next person on the item is Councillor America. Councillor America, you have 2 minutes, please.
Thank you, Speaker. I second my colleague Mbete's proposal and recommendation set out on page 603. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Mr. Pittman. Speaker, kan u asseblief maar net vir my oorgee as chief van Goed asseblief? Daar is net dringende saak wat onder die aandag moet bring. Gaande die mosie.
Councillor, you had your 20 minutes to caucus about your motion. I allowed the motion, the caucus of 20 minutes. I answered your questions regarding the motion. I have noted that, and I've said it, and I will say it again for clarity purposes, that your motion will be dealt with during the course of today's meeting. I will explain how it will be dealt with at the time when we go through it. I do, however, believe, after a lot of deliberation and a lot of searching and soul searching, that, in all honesty, the interests of the public come before the interests of politicians. And I have therefore taken the stance that we will go through the business of the day first, because of the challenges that we face regarding load shedding, because of the challenges that we face with the fact that we have an enormous agenda to go through. I therefore feel that I have made myself amply clear that the motion will be dealt with in a manner and at a time at which time the order of business has been dealt with. I have a few more items, then I'm going to ask for a 5-minute break. I need to sort out a few issues that are on this side as well and get a bit of clarity. I'm therefore going to ask that we continue with this meeting. Councillor Jay, I have discussed your motion on more than one occasion, and I'm going to ask that we now move to item 12.6, which was withdrawn, and then the last one before we have a quick 5-minute break is item 12.9. Councillors, item 12.9 is the upgrade of the sports facilities at the Rosemore Tartan Athletics Track. This item will be brought in by Councillor Adams. I just need to hold on for 1 second. I believe there's an issue with the recording. Just 1 second. I need to have it for minute purposes. Councillors, we are experiencing a technical problem, and for purposes of minutes and in order to make sure that everything is in accordance with the regs, I'm going to ask you to take a 10-minute break so that we can sort out the technical problem. We will reconvene at 3:20. I apologize, this is beyond my control, and it needs to be sorted out as urgently as possible. Councillors, can you all hear me? Thumbs up would be fine. Councillors, I must apologize for the fact that we had to take that break. It was definitely not intended. We did have a technical problem, which now seems to be sorted out. During the break, Councillor J.E., are you online? Councillor J.E.
Hello.
Councillor J.E., thank you. During the break, you asked me, you sent me a message saying that you cannot type. However, that you needed to make something known to the meeting. I'm going to afford you the opportunity to...
Speaker, kan ek gou vra vir 'n 10 minute caucus? Ek sal nou my posisie state. Dankie, Speaker.
Okay, remember that you've already had 20 minutes. I thought you would have had your caucus during the break.
Ja, Speaker, ek het 'n announcement om te maak, maar gee my gou 10 minute break asseblief.
I'm giving you your last caucus then. That'll give you 30 minutes for the day. Once again, we will now reconvene at 3:30.
Jackie Robert en vra Jackie, is jy nog lief vir my?
Councillor Jay, my time now says 15:30. Taking into consideration we have 2.5 hours before we go into load shedding. I hope that this is the last interruption so that we can continue with the order of the day. Are you available? Have you had your caucus? Can you please give me feedback so we can continue? Councillor Jay, I believe that I have given you the 10 minutes. If there's anybody from the good party to please ask Councillor Jay to open her mic and reply to me, please.
Speaker.
Councillor Jay, have you had your caucus?
Speaker, soos u self weet, ondervind ons geweldige probleme, tegnische probleme, which is 'n groot probleem en is 'n concern. Ons sit hier met belangrike metes op hierdie agenda en dit soveel so dat ons as die oppositiepartye nie 'n regverdige geleentheid kry om ons uit te spreek en soms 'n punt of orde te verwys nie, want ons word gemute en u weet mos nou, u alleen weet hoekom u ons elke keer mute en dat ons agtergekom het dat die regerende party en sy koalisie alleen toegang het wanneer ons as oppositie gemute word. Speaker, ook die volgende, as 'n hoop van goed, het ek 'n brief, soos ek voorheen gesê het, 'n geskrewe gerig is met die chief hoop gepraat van council. Ons het gevra vir u, daar was 'n mosie op die tafel en ons het gevra, wat is die clear direction? Wat is die outline van die proses van hierdie motion? En u as speaker van council van George kon nie vir my as die hoop van goed daardie clear guidance of clear line uitleen is. Wat baie teleurstellend is, meneer die speaker. Speaker, u het gesê dat ons is tree in belange van die grote George. Ons moet dink aan die inwoners van George. En dit is wat ons as oppositie dageliks mee face, want ons deel met die lewens van ons mense daar buite. En wanneer ons in hierdie council meeting is, Speaker, sit ons nie hier om vir onsself, omdat ons pypakkies wil ontvang nie, maar ons wil ons mense dien daar buite. Net soos hierdie mosie wat vandag hier moet dien, meneer die Speaker. Die mosie dien, omdat dit 'n belangrike rolspeler is, Speaker, en u nie vir ons clear direction kan gee nie, is teleurstellend, Speaker. Ek gaan vra vir nog 'n 5 minute caucus. Dankie, Speaker.
Raadslid, ongelukkig kan ek nie vir u toelaat om nog 'n 5 minute te vat nie. Die reël sê duidelik dat 'n party 30 minute het. U is besig om nou ongelukkig te speel vir tyd. En u het self gesê, and you said yourself, that we are here to discuss the question of the day. And I find it a little bit, once again, bad faith in that we had a discussion. You asked me to acknowledge you as the chief, as the whip of good, which I've done. I was under the impression that you had an announcement to make, which you have obviously now discussed with somebody else. And this is exactly why I said to you that we are here to discuss the
Speaker, ek wil nog steeds 'n announcement maak. Daar's nie fout nie. Daar is nog steeds op die tafel. Ek wil nog steeds.
The fact remains is that I'm going to ask you that we cannot give you another 5 minutes to caucus. It clearly says in Rule 36, caucuses will be allowed by the Speaker at his or her discretion upon a request of a member, provided that no political party and its alliances partners collectively receive 30 minutes caucus during a council meeting. Councillor, I honestly cannot, due to the fact that we have so many challenges that are lying ahead of us and so much to go through, I strongly believe that the items and the agenda need to take precedence, and we are therefore going to continue with this meeting, and we're going to continue with the next item.
Speaker, you're always saying we must write in the chat box. I've written how many past 5 minutes ago, but you didn't recognize me.
Councillors, I am going to reiterate what I've just said. In the rule, and I please want you to listen very carefully, because I'm not going to repeat it again. In the rule, it says, caucuses will be allowed by the Speaker at his or her discretion upon a request of a member, provided that no political party and its alliances partners. I have allowed at my discretion. I am now making a ruling or a call that there has been enough time granted. You have made it quite clear to the public that you are all sitting together and you are all caucusing together. So with the result is I am no longer going to allow a caucus.
No, Speaker, you've got it wrong.
Councillor
Okay.
Ndaka, please, I have made my decision. It is at my discretion. My discretion is that this meeting continues so that we can get through the business of the day. I am therefore going to ask that we continue. Councillor Jay, Councillor Faith, please put your hand down. Councillor Jay, if you have nothing further with regards to that, I'm not allowing that. I'm therefore going to continue with the meeting, if that's in order then. Thank you. The next item on the agenda is item 12.9. Item 12.9 is the upgrade of sports facilities. Rose.
Speaker.
Councillor Jay. Would you like to make an announcement? Short one.
Ja, Speaker, ek wil die announcement maak. Jy's baie hastig met die announcement, Speaker.
Nee, maar ek wil aangaan met die besigheid, raadslid. Nie om snaaks te wees nie, ek wil regtig, nee. Daar is soveel belangrike dinge wat ons moet nog hanteer vandag. En ek dink regtig waar, nee. Dit is dit.
Wag, wat sê hy e-mail af van Paul se julle lees 'n bietjie ja? Speaker, wat het daar nie nog e-mail deurgekom nie?
Councillor.
Okay.
Councillor.
Wat 'n goeie announcement maak. Niemand vyf weg nou.
Hoop forceer om die motie te onttrek.
Op grond van wat ek
wag nog om burgemeester te kies te raak vanaand.
Wie praat nou so?
Councillor Hector.
Brendan, wag nog om burgemeester te kies te raak.
Councillor Hector, I'm going to call you to order, please. I've not recognized you as a speaker.
Okay, baie dankie speaker, maar ek sê
I'm calling you to order, thank you. That's the second time. Thank you. Councillor Jay, please call your members to order. I'm expecting that in all the faith that we've had so far, that I don't need that type of action. I've asked you if you want to continue, otherwise you continue with the business of the day.
Yeah, is this thing of being remote
Speaker,
control?
ek wil die announcement maak. Niemand julle maar neem bly stil nou.
Can you please go ahead? I'm giving you a minute just to make say whatever you need to say and get it over so we can move on.
Okay, Speaker, na aanleiding van alles wat ek vroeër nou gesê het, Speaker, wat die probleme is wat ons ondervind. Ek het 'n mosie teen die burgemeester Leon van Wyk ingesit, 'n mosie van motion of no confidence, mosie van wantroue. Ek wil vra om die mosie vir nou te onttrek tot 'n volgende raadsvergadering.
Councillor, I take note that the motion has been withdrawn from this meeting, and I thank you therefore, and I'm therefore going to continue with the rest of this meeting. The item at hand is item 12.9. Thank you very much, Councillor Jay. We're going to continue.
Speaker, can you recognize me as the whip of the EFF, please? Speaker.
Councillor Tampi.
Mamela Speaker ke into
Councillor
enzekayo
Tampi.
mamela kaloku Speaker ndiyathetha ngoku njengoba usithi awuzogranta xesha for anything nawe samne group yakho.
Councillor Tampi. I am seriously disappointed. Seriously. I gave you a warning. In fact, I was on the verge of giving you a warning for continuously butting in and interjecting. I have treated everybody in the same manner. There is no rule of order or any concession for you as the whip of any party, for that matter, to continue as if you are different to anybody else. The rules are quite clear. You did not put your hand up. You do not show respect to this chair, and I am now going to call you to order for the first time for once again interjecting while the speaker is speaking, and item 5.1 clearly says the ruling of the speaker in regard of an application or interpretation of these rules is final and binding. You do not have any right to supersede my ruling. And if you have a problem with it, there are procedures to follow, and I'm going to ask you to follow those procedures. I am now going on, and I'm making a ruling that we are moving on to item 12.9. Item 12.9 is the upgrade of sports facilities of the Rosemore Tartan Athletics Track. The first person to speak on this item is Councillor Adams. You have 2 minutes. Councillor Adams. I apologize, Councillor Adams. Please continue.
Thank you, Chair. Am I audible?
You are loud and clear. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Honorable Speaker, on the 5th of November 2021, we had a lovely engagement at Hibernia Primary School in my ward, and that was to solidify the fact that we want to make George the sport mecca of South Africa. On page 665, the upgrade of the sport facilities, Rosemont Tartan, athletics tracks. I recommend on page 668 that we finish this, as it has been coming on since the early, or not early, the late 1997, when there was a battle to get the Tartar track to George and to make sure that we attract all the athletics to our area. Schools like George High, Hibernia, St. Paul's, St. Mary's, Rosemont Primary, Cornwall Primary, Parkdean High, Parkdean Primary, Rainbow Athletics Clubs, as well as Safa Eden, Celtic FC, Milo Legends FC, Progress RFC, Silver Stars, Pro Stars, and Ramblers Cricket Club will benefit with this Tartar venture that we are going to do. So, Speaker, on page 668, I recommend that we approve this. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Adams. The next person to speak on this item would be Councillor Yesu. However, I presume, and I would hope to think that Councillor Ndaka will let me know who from the ANC will discussing it.
It's been 6 years you are working with me, still pronouncing my surname wrong. It's fine. I've listened to the speaker that spoke here, Brendan Adams, Councillor Brendan Adams. He said this thing has been coming a long time. Why do we have to wait? We announced the thing that this thing is going to be done, and we drop everything, we do other things that are not important. We leave the important things. It's bad for us. I hope this thing is going to be done. Please prioritize our communities. Stop promising our people and not doing anything. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Councillor Ndaka. The next person to speak on this item is Councillor Peterson. You have 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, the PBI is giving you notice that after this speech we are withdrawing from this meeting because you are stifling debate, as I've said previously. What can we say except that it is mind-boggling how long it takes for development in our areas to be approved and started contrary to development in the white areas. The development has been lingering from 2014, yet just the other day a Clay Tennis Court was approved by your administration in record time. Why must we still suffer for services? Your priorities with regards to our communities is clear. We will be getting third or even fourth grade services, whilst the first grade services is reserved for you and your people. We hope there will be no more delays in completing this project because we can see your racist agenda. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. The next person to speak on this item is Councillor Tampi. Councillor Tampi, you've got 2 minutes, please.
Mr. Speaker. Mamela Speaker. Thina sinangqangqele development. Cha leba development yabonakala bani ayifeyila iGeorge actually development ethi iminyaka emingaka. Izinto esithi siphuhlisa ulutsha because ulutsha seliphele kwi-drugs nje because of izinto ezibandakanya ulutshani zihoyi nezirhuqela iinyawo. And number 2, nikhipha nisibonisa uba nithemba liba niyasi-insulta. Izikolo zethu andizimenshina ngapha ithemba lethu imizamo yethu sinemizokolo because nazo they do engage kwi-sports but yet anizithebhulanga apha nibithi izikolo zenu. To show ukuthi ithemba lethu ani-recognize as part of iGeorge isection yedolophu eseGeorge. Niyasi-insulta again. Yeke le nto niyenza ukubeka lesinsa because ekugqibeleni we are the majority. Ithemba lethu is the biggest location around George. Wards ezininzi. We have 3 councillors eziphuma ethemba lethu. Yet to keep on insulting ithemba lethu with students zakhona. Yeke le nto niyenzayo. Nkosi.
Thank you. Could I have it into
Thank you,
Clerk.
Speaker. Thank you, Speaker. Yes, we as the EFF, we have no problem with the development. But it shows that you are really failing George as a whole community, because it shows that you are only doing these developments on some part of areas, and it is clear that our locations or our areas are not, they are being insulted, because we are faced with the problem of youth doing drugs and drugs abuse, substance abuses. Because of such developments, they are not being taken to our communities. Now you are insulting Tembaletu. They will also have schools there, and she named quite a few schools that are around the location of Tembaletu, but these such developments are not taken to our communities. Forgetting the fact that we as a community, we've got the majority of people, so we are the largest community. Thank you.
Can the translator translate things that we say the exact way we say them? Because Nandite have said that developments that includes youth that should benefit the youth of George are being delayed. That is why we have problem of youth that is being involved in drugs and crime rates being high. Can it be translated the way I've said it, please?
Thank you very much for clarifying that. Thank you. The next person to speak on this item is Councillor De Tooy. Councillor De Tooy, you have 3 minutes.
Speaker, ek gaan kort wees. Die ACDB ondersteun nie die aanbeveling.
Thank you very much, Councillor. The next person and the last person to speak on this item is Councillor Fry. Councillor Fry, you have 1 minute, please. Councillor Fry. Is Councillor Fry in the meeting?
Speaker, can you hear me?
Councillor Fry, yes, I can.
Speaker, I'm on the device of Councillor Stamworth, Brendan, my niece. Speaker, yes, there were obstacles that need to be overcome. Speaker, there was a lot of politicians trying to make this not happen. But I thank the mayor, the team of Brendan and the administration who made sure that this finally would be, that this matter is resolved and now that the project can continue. There were some of the guys from the ANC side, now all of them are throwing stones to the DA. There was a previous councillor, Councillor Charlie Bob, who interfered with the process and the school.
Point of order, Speaker. Yes, Brendan. Brendan Adams. Brendan Adams. Brendan.
Rocks at the DA. But this is one more reason to say George is the city for all reasons. I thank you, Chairperson. Amandla. Viva Neef Dallas Tam, the DA.
Councillor Fry, please. Thank you, Councillor Fry. Councillor Fry. Councillors. Councillors. I'm speechless. I don't know what to say. The motion has been seconded. The next item we're going to move on to is item 12.12. Just 1 second. I just want to get my bearings here because I just want to make sure we don't repeat stuff. Sorry, 12.10. The reporting the information statement of the Municipal Council 2022-2023. The first person to speak on this item is Alderman van Wyk, please.
Thank you. Thank you. I've now been unmuted. This is really relating to the loan that we need to take out as part of the budget for 22-23. And as part of that process, we need to issue an information statement, which then needs to be published in the media so that the various comments can be made on the loan process, so that everybody is aware that we are taking up a loan. And I think as council will recall, during the budget phase, there is a portion of our funding that comes from loans, a portion of that comes from grants, and a portion of that comes from our own funding. And this deals with the loan portion of the 802 million capital budget that we have for this year. Thank you, Mr. I so propose. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Alderman. The next person to speak on this item is the ANC, Councillor Lentu. You have 3 minutes.
Well, Speaker, Tafik. Speaker, wena uthi masixoxe kule ntlanganiso kodwa wenza into onothanda, uthandwe nguwe. Ngathi ucima kwakho apha. Nathi sivotelwe ngabahlali ngoba silapha nje. Nezimali nemani uthi ezimali kuthiwa setyenzisiwe okanye ezinye zimboleko. Nisebenzisa nje apha etawuni. And sizaba soxoxa apha sizoxoxela for abantu bakuthi. Siziphatha Speaker. Ngoku asiba nomdla ngokuxoxa kwintlanganiso lohlobo. Sixoxa ngento ezibalulekileyo zemali kanti usenza lento. Hayi Speaker, sisiqhuba kakuhle. Azoba ninotha naloo nto. Nkosi.
Thank you. Can I have an interpretation, translation, please?
Speaker, I'm sorry, I'm having connection problem. I did not hear what the current speaker just said. Can you just rephrase, please?
Ndiphinde sisi.
Yes, please, Councillor.
Yithi kuSpeaker. Uthi masixoxe kule ntlanganiso kodwa selizoxoxa. Kodwa wenza unothanda wakhe kule ntlanganiso. And usiphatha ngathi sisebenzela phaa kwakhe. Sivotelwe ngabahlali ngoba silapha kule ndawo. And nezimali sithetha ngazo into ibalulekile indima yemali. Ezimali sithetha ngazo imali ezisetyenziswa apha edolophini. Imali azizi phaa kuthi kwiilokishi zethu koThemba lethu koLavayi kwezi lokishi zethu noPakastop. Ngoku siza apha. Usibizele emithingini sizoxoxa emithingini. Xa silapha emithingini asinalungelo loxoxa. Kanti sizothini apha? Xa sisemeeting sele soxoxa apha asizelanga ngizomamela yena kuSpeaker asisanga kwakhe apha. Enkosi.
Thank you, Councillor. What the Councillor basically said is that when you call us for a meeting, you call us here to come and debate issues and deliberate on issues. But now it seems like it's on your terms, how you want us to speak and how you want to conduct the meetings. Secondly, it talks about the money. Money are very important issues because it pertains a lot in the development in our communities. But it seems like there's no development in our communities, only prioritizing the CBD or the town areas. Our areas, the Themba lethu and Pakastop and other areas, they are not being considered at all. It seems like this is your call and these are your meetings, so you conduct this meeting according to the way and the manner that suits you. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Paulus. The next person to speak on this item is Councillor Arlo. You have 2 minutes.
Dankie Speaker. Speaker, daar was 'n werkswinkel gehou oor hierdie policy. Met daardie werkswinkel is bevind en erken deur die amptenare dat die policy nog 'n bietjie werk benodig. Dan moes veranderinge gemaak word en dan sou daardie
Councillor, I think we're on the wrong item. We're discussing 10,
Ek moet ons sit
12.10.
mekaar werk.
12.10, reporting the information statement of the municipal council.
Okay, speakers, maar dit sou die mekaar gaan in die raadsvergadering vandag. Ek sal net sê noted. Dankie.
Baie dankie, ek waardeer dit, hoor. And the last person to speak on this item is Councillor Quintana.
Afternoon, Speaker, and afternoon, everyone. I'm seconding the mayor on page 12.10. On item 12.10, page 707 and 27017. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. This item then carries. The next item that we're going to be dealing with is item 12.11.1. I don't know what the point 1 is for, but anyway, internal audit report to impact. The first person to speak on this item is Councillor Gultig. Councillor Gultig, you have 3 minutes.
Thank you, Speaker. Good afternoon, colleagues. Good afternoon, administration. I am happy to start with the hand over the internal audit report that was aligned for the recommendations of the local government of the MFNA and includes the following, among the following items from A to F on our report. And the internal audit report to impact was submitted. In this report, the agenda with the internal report to impact from July to August 2022. The report is from page 723 to page 741. The internal audit report July to August 2022 was submitted to the impact for it to review and to make recommendations to council in line with the requirements of the Act of Local Government Municipal Structure Amendments Act of 2021. Therefore, I'm happy to recommend to council A, that the internal audit report together with the comments of the audit committee and management be noted. B, that the management should implement the recommended actions within the agreed upon timeframes. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Gultig. The next person to speak on this item is Councillor Toto. You have 3 minutes. Councillor Toto, I do recall that you did mention that you were not going to be speaking on any of the items that your name was on. Councillor Ndaka F, can you confirm that so we can move on, please?
Hi, Zula, speak.
Okay.
Ek het gesê pass.
Yeah, Bongo, thank you. The next person to speak on this item is Councillor Hector. You have 2 minutes.
Ja, dankie Speaker. Speaker, hierdie verslag is niks zeggend. Vir die afgelope jaar het ons geklaai oor ongeruimdhede wat aangaan. Ons het so pas 'n skokkende e-pos ontvang van een van die senior bestuurder oor sekere dinge wat hier in die munisipaliteit plaasvind. En dit is skokkend om te sien dat ons met so 'n verslag, patetiese verslag, dat die raad toe kom. Maar dis duidelik dat hierdie DA-vryheidsfront geensins gaan optree teen hierdie ongeruimdhede en moontlike korrupsie wat in hierdie munisipaliteit plaasvind nie. So dit laat ons toe, dit laat ons met geen ander keuse om ander avenues te gebruik ten einde hierdie munisipaliteit te ontbloot. Geen wonder, geen dienslewering vind plaas in hierdie munisipaliteit nie, as gevolg van hierdie mooi verslae wat julle na die raad toe bring. Dis skokkend. Ek wil vir die impact voorsitter sê, volgende keer sorg dat jy jou Bybel saamvat na die vergaderings toe, dominee, asseblief. Want jy's besig om die pad byster te raak, dominee dit ooit.
Thank you, Councillor. Can I have a translation, please?
Thank you, Speaker.
Uthi ke iyothusa kakhulu ingxelo esithi sifumana okanye ingxelo eziswa apha kwi-meeting esuka okanye esuka kwi-audit. Into ethetha ukuthi khona umsebenzi ongenziwanga, into ethetha ukuthi khona abantu abaphetheyo okanye abaphathi abangawenziyo umsebenzi wabo ngokwendlela. Uthi ke akukho zinkonzo ezenziwayo. Inkonzo ekufuneka ziyenziwa azenziwa ngenxa yale report injena siyifumanayo apha namhlanje. Uthi ke umfundisi kufuneka aphathe iBhayibhile yakhe ngoku ashumayele ke ngcono ngoba le ingxelo ayiyo futhi ayamkelekanga kubo.
Thank you very much for the translation. The next person to speak on this item is Councillor De Tooy. You have 3 minutes.
Baie dankie speaker. Ag ek wil nou nie veel sê nie, maar Raadslid Gültig het dit so mooi saamgevat en ek ondersteun dit wat hy gesê het, so 'n impak doen ons wat ons moet doen en ek het nie nodig om my kop in skaamte te laat sak nie. Baie dankie speaker.
Baie dankie. Thank you very much. Can we have a translation, please?
Uthi ke uCouncillor Gültig uyithethe kakuhle ke wayicacisa kakuhle ngoku ke nakazuba eyitsala futhi akazuzibethikisa yena ngentloko kuba kaloku ngenxa yentetho ezithethwayo ngoko ke uyayixhasa ingxelo ethethwa nguCouncillor Gültig.
Thank you very much. The last person to speak on this item is Councillor Fry. You have 1 minute. Councillor Fry is not Councillor Barnett.
I'd like to second the recommendation made by Councillor Gültig. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. That therefore gets carried. The next item on the agenda is item 12.12, which is the investigation into alleged breach of code of conduct for councillors, Councillor Hector. The first person to speak on this item is Councillor Adams. Just 1 second, I just want to confirm with something. Councillor Adams, you can continue. You have 2 minutes, please.
Thank you, Speaker. I think the Chief Whip's hand is up, but I'll be short and sweet.
It's an old
Speaker.
hand.
I think she's got a young hand because she's not that old. But anyways, Speaker, on page 742 to page 764, investigation into the alleged breach of code of conduct for councillors by Councillor Richard Eyster Hector. Speaker, on page 75, I wish that you accept the recommendation.
Speaker, point of order. Point of order. Daar is nergens 'n Richard Eyster Hector by daai naam nie.
Councillor Adams, please withdraw that statement.
I'll withdraw. I'll withdraw, Speaker. He's not an Eyster. I'll withdraw. It's Councillor Richard Hector, Speaker. Speaker, on page 752, I recommend that you accept the recommendation on that page. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much, Councillor. The next person to speak on this item is Councillor Hani. You have 2 minutes.
Molo, Speaker.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, sir. Siyacinga kulo mba singu-ANC uHector ufumaniseke ngenatyala kule nto. So zithatha njengento xesha. Enkosi.
Thank you. Can we have a translation, please?
Thank you, Speaker. By reading the report, it shows that Councillor Hector was found not guilty. Therefore, it was just a waste of time. Thank you.
The next person to speak on this item is Councillor Lowe. You have 2 minutes.
Dankie, Speaker. Speaker, steeds is dit 'n bewys van hoe oppositieraadslede geviktimiseer word. Speaker, ek het nou al gewonder of jy geen ander werk het as om oppositieraadslede te viktimiseer nie. Dis skande vir George en die taxbetalers se geld wat misbruik word vir magsgebruik om ons oppositieraadslede na prokureurs te stuur om ondersoek te word en aangekla te word. Al is ons onskuldig. I thank you.
The next person to speak. Sorry, translation, my apologies.
Uthi ke uceba into yoba ibonisa kakuhle into yobana kucinezelwa koceba nje kucinezelwa koceba nendlela oceba abaphethwe ngayo izintloni ke yonke lento yenziwayo futhi ke kutyiwa imali yabantu abahlawula irhafu ngoko ke inkcitha xesha nje yonke lento yenziwayo.
Okay, thank you very much. The next person to speak on this item is Alderman Gericke. I'm not sure whether the apparently the PBI he's out. Sorry, he cannot speak. The last person to speak on this item, therefore, is Councillor Mbete. Councillor, you have 1 minute, please.
Good afternoon, Speaker. Speaker, I would love to recommend the. I would love to recommend the recommendation made by my colleague, and I also want to, to name the committee members that was appointed. Can I give the names, Council?
Go
Speaker?
Go ahead.
It's Councillor Barnard, Councillor Seyfas, and Councillor Esau. Thank you, Speaker.
Can we just confirm this, those names, please, Councillor Mbete? I need to just get them in writing, please. You went through them pretty quickly, so if I can ask you to put it in the chat box with the second of the, because obviously it's a recommendation.
Thank you, Speaker. I will do so.
I'm just waiting for the recommendation to go in so that we are on the same page. Okay, I just want to read it in that the members of the committee, if I'm correct, are Councillor Alderman van Niekerk, Councillor Neethling, Councillor Johnson, Councillor Nkamile, Councillor Smart, and the secundaries therefore are Councillor Barnard, Seyfas, and Esau. Councillor Mbete,
yes,
can you
Speaker.
Thank you. Thank you
Yes,
very
Speaker,
much.
I confirm.
Thank you
Thank
very
you.
much. Okay, councillors, we therefore have that seconded. We then move on. And the next item for discussion is item 12.13, which is the investigation into alleged breach of code of conduct of councillors, Alderman Gericke. The first person to speak on this item is Alderman van Wyk. Alderman, you're welcome to go ahead, please.
Thank you, Speaker. This item, very much like the previous item, relates to an alleged breach of item 2 of the Code of Conduct for Councillors that is contained in Schedule 7 to the Municipal Structures Act, as by Alderman Gericke, and it is fully set out in the report from BDP attorneys, as is included in the item before us. So that is recommendation A. And then recommendation B is that council appoints a select committee, which is the same committee as announced by Councillor Mbete, and I will read that out in due course, as envisaged in item 16.1b of the Code of Conduct for Councillors, to investigate and make a finding on the alleged breach of the Code of Conduct by Alderman Gericke, and to make an appropriate recommendation to council in this regard. So that is how I'm proposing it. And just for the record purposes, the special committee members that were appointed by the at an ordinary council meeting on 28 April are Alderman van die Kerk, Councillor Neethling, Councillor Johnson, Councillor Inkamili, Councillor Smart, and then secundaries being 1, Councillor Barnard, 2, Councillor Cyphers, 3, Councillor Esau, and that is what the proposal is. Thank you very much, Speaker.
Thank you very much, Alderman. The next person to speak on this item is Councillor Hani. Councillor, you have 2 minutes.
Chief, if you can proceed.
Thank you very much. The next person to speak on this item is Councillor N. Low.
Speaker, I've raised the point, motion of exigency. I don't know how must I put it because I've raised the point that I'm raising on. I don't know why must I write the whole speech on the chat box, or will you give me an opportunity to raise the motion of exigency?
Councillor, when we get to those items, I will consider it. We are dealing with the other items at this stage of the game, and I will deal with these first and then come back to that. We haven't done anything to do with motions or questions so far, so I'm continuing with the 10 that I'm going on at the moment, and we'll deal with those when we get to them. The next person, as I said, to speak to this is...
Thank you for that, Speaker. Now you have clarified me. I don't know what's happening on the chat box. Melissa is keeping
Councillor,
on...
please, can we continue? I will follow you up later. Councillor, please, let's just continue with the item, please. Councillor Low, you have 1 minute, please.
Dankie, Speaker. Speaker, ons is goed, ondersteun nie die aanbeveling nie. Speaker, inteendeel ons is skokkend die wyse en manier waarop oppositieraadslede geviktimiseer word deur aanklagte te bring teen raadslede net wanneer u so voel en dit goed vind. Hierdie tipe optrede verhoed raadslede om hulle taak te verrig na die beste van hulle vermoë en soos die gemeenskap van elke raadslid verwag, aangesien raadslede verkies is tot die ampt deur die gemeenskap wat hulle verteenwoordig. Dankie.
We have a translation, please.
Uthi ke thina singulombutho asiwuxhasi le recommendation okanye asixhasi le ngcebiso ngoba icacile ukwenza okunjena kuthi kuxhaphaze okanye kuvictimize ooceba ngoba ibangela ukuthi bangakwazi ukuwenza umsebenzi abanyulelwe wona ngabantu ukuba mababamele. Ngoko ke xa soloko bexhatshazwa ngolu hlobo ibangela uyabanqanda ukuba bangakwazi ukwenza umsebenzi wabo njengoko kulindelekile. Nkosi.
Thank you very much, Mr. Paulus. The next person to speak on this item is Councillor Peterson. Once again, I'm not sure. The last I heard that the PBI was withdrawing from this. However, I do have the obligation to find out whether they are still here. I'm giving you 10 seconds, Councillor Peterson. If you are in the meeting, please continue. Otherwise, we're going to continue with the next speaker. Thank you very much. I have given you the opportunity. I'm therefore going to continue with Councillor Jantjies. You have 1 minute, please. Councillor Jantjies, you have 1 minute.
Kom Aline, praat.
Councillor Hector, please. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Hector, for taking over as Speaker. I'd like to second that recommendation made by my colleague, Councillor Alderman van Wyk.
Thank you very much. That therefore carries. The next item on the agenda is...
Dan dit was jy waarsku my waarsku nie vir raadslid Malini. Dis baie rassisties van jou.
Councillor Hector, I have just about had enough of your racial comments towards me, and I will deal with that later. I'm putting it on record. That is the third time you've mentioned race to me today, and I take objection to that strongly. Thank you. I am going to move on to 12.1.4. Alleged breach of item 14, Councillor van Carolus. The first person to speak on this item is Councillor van Branders.
Thank you very much, Speaker. Speaker, in terms of item 14 of the Code of Conduct for Councillors as contained in Schedule 7 of the Municipal Structures Act 117 of 1998, a councillor may not be in arrears to the municipality for rights and services charges for a period longer than 3 months. I therefore recommend the recommendation on page 796 with the addition that B will read the special committee members as per appointed at the ordinary council meeting on 28 April. They are Niekerk, Van Niekerk, Neethling, Johnson, Nakamile, Smart, and Secundis, Barnard, Saffers, and Yeso. And I will put that in the chat box, Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next person to speak on this item is Councillor Hani. Councillor Hani, would you like me to proceed?
Yes, Speaker, you can proceed.
Thank you very much. I just wanted to confirm with you. The next person to speak on this item is Councillor J.E. Councillor J.E., you have 2 minutes.
Speaker, ja. Magsagtery dan aso. Ja, Speaker, dit is nog maar hoe die lewe is, maar dit is fyn. Ons het nou geluister, ek het nog geluister, my groot collega Brendan Ennis het bold gesê van Councillor Hector. Maar ons verstaan maar die trans dat nasie word teen nasie opgemaak, brein sal teen brein opstaan en so voort. Ons word opgestuur teen mekaar, maar dit is fyn. Nevertheless, Speaker, gaan aan met julle komitees, laat die komitee sy finding maak. Die arme man het nou net in die raad ingekom. Dit wys nou maar net soos wat die vorige councillor Rosa Lou gesê het. Julle victimiseer die oppositieraadslede. Julle sit en loer sommer so waar is die foute. Daar's iemand wat met 'n rooi pen sit die hele tyd, maar julle praat van dienslewering en al die goede buite. Dis hoekom dienslewering so skade ly, want julle sit met die rooi pen sit en kyk na die oppositiepartye. Maar laat ek vandag vir u sê, Speaker. My naam is Teresa Fortuin Chey. Ek val nie en ek lê nie sommer plat vir enige ietsie. Ek is soos hy bissieboom. Haal my af.
Sien, hy's nog aan.
Okay.
Hoor ek alles wat jy
die
sê.
Speaker is oulik vandag, hy los hy ding aan ja. So, Speaker, dit is net, ons wil net hê, ek wil net hoor wanneer gaan julle die brief lees wat meneer Pauls wat ons nou gekry het, soos hy skokkende brief. Laat hy ook geserve, laat hy die nou hierso op hierdie raad. Die gemeenskap wat buite moet hoor van die brief wat nou hier uitgegaan het.
That is completely out of order.
Daar ingaan. En die brief is opgemaak vir die hele George en ek is so bly.
Councillor J, I am.
Waaroor gaan die brief? Hulle moet vir ons vra want ons wil nou 'n media statement.
Councillor J, you are completely out of order. You are discussing a member of the administration in an open council meeting, which is 100% against the code of conduct of a councillor. And to even mention that in open council is a contravention of the trust that has been put on us as councillors. I am really disappointed. That is something to be dealt with in a completely different manner. And whatever's happened, it remains a member of the administration. And for you to bring it up now is unfortunate, to say the least. We are still bound by an oath and confidentiality. And I'm therefore going to ask that you, first of all, refrain from that. And this is not a rule of order. This is a code of conduct breach, which is even more serious than a rules of order breach, because you have actually gone against the very essence of what we are as councillors, the very beginning says that a councillor will act, perform the functions of an office in good faith, and at no stage, at all times, act in the best interest of the municipality in such a way that the credibility and the integrity of the municipality are not compromised. And discussing a member of the public, a member of the administration in a public meeting is honestly not conducive of that. Thank you. I'm going to strike that. I'm going to give you a warning, and I want it on record that I have taken you to task on it as a code of conduct, not on a rules of order, but as a code of conduct, and also to make an allegation, statement, or remark which injures and impairs the dignity and honour of a member of or an employee. So with that in mind, I'm going to continue this meeting, and I am not going to entertain the hands. It is my prerogative, and it is at my discretion. There's been a transgression of the code of conduct, and I'm therefore going to move that the next speaker on this item is Councillor Peterson. Councillor Peterson, you have 1 minute, and if you do not take that up, we're going to move to the end, the next speaker. Thank you.
Speaker, nee, ek wil gewoon net, ek het verskoning, ek wou nie die naam noem nie, ek wil
I'm actually asking now Councillor Peterson to continue. I will not allow you to continue with that. We've discussed it, and I've moved on. What has been said, unfortunately. Councillor Peterson, if you're going to take up your time, I'm going to ask you. I presume, as I said, for the record, that the PBI did say that they were withdrawing from the meeting. I'm just putting it on record that I have asked for Councillor Peterson to engage for 1 minute, and I am receiving no reply from him. I'm therefore asking Councillor Lose to continue with these as the last speaker for 1 minute, please. Councillor Lose, please, could you continue?
Yes, Speaker, sorry, Speaker. Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, I second the recommendation made by my colleague. Thank you.
Thank you, councillors. Councillors, we are heading towards load shedding, and I'm going to ask you that if you're on the speakers list, please be attentive so that when I call your name out that you answer as soon as possible, please. So I'm going to continue that item 12.14 then carries. The next item on the agenda is item 12.15, and the first person to speak on that item is Councillor Alderman van Wyk, please.
Thank you, Speaker. This item is very similar to the previous items that we've had, and we've got the recommendation before us. And the recommendation A says that Council takes note of the allegation of the breach of item 2 of the Code of Conduct for Councillors by Councillor T.J. as fully set out in the report from BDP attorneys. We've got a B and a C over there, and I'm busy typing in right now what dealing with B and C together. And in fact, that is then going to read that Council agrees to an investigation as envisaged in item 16.1a and b of the Code of Conduct for Councillors, respectively, and make a finding on the alleged breach of the Code of Conduct by Councillor J.E., and therefore appoints a special committee to investigate and make a finding on the alleged breach as determined in item 16.2a to e of the Code of Conduct for Councillors. So I'm busy typing that in, and I accordingly propose so, Speaker.
Very much, Alderman van Wyk. I will look forward to the recommendation in the chat box. The next person to speak on this item is Councillor Hani. Please confirm whether I can continue, Councillor. Councillor Hani.
Chief Whip, usuku lakusasa i-chaos eyenzileyo namhlanje isikhuphe off kule ntlanganiso. I thank you.
Can I have a translation, please?
Speaker, I'm struggling to hear Councillor Hani. I just heard about the morning. I didn't hear the other main party was saying.
Councillor Hani, would you mind repeating that, please? Sorry.
Ngiyabonga indlela eqhutywe ngayo inhlanganiso i-council meeting namhlanje. Off asakwazi ukuba sixoxe sithini ubheka phambili.
Did you get that, Mr. Paulus?
Yes, Speaker. It says the manner of which the meeting has been conducted today made them to not know how to proceed with matters.
Thank you very much. Sorry, I just needed to check at the chat box. The next person to speak on this item is Councillor Titus. Councillor Titus, you have 2 minutes, please.
Speaker, we don't agree with this item. We feel opposition councillors are being unfairly treated. Thank you.
Sorry, I actually made a mistake there, but Councillor Jay, you were supposed to talk there. I'm getting myself confused with people talking in the chat box at the same time. Councillor Jay, I apologize, but that has the next person to speak on that item is Councillor Peterson, who again, I'm going to say, sorry, my apologies. Okay, we're gonna continue now with Councillor Roelofse, who's the final speaker on the item.
Good afternoon, Speaker. Can you hear me? I support the recommendation by Alderman van Wyk. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The item therefore carries. I'm going to continue with probably one of the most important ones, item 12.16. I know there's a lot of councillors that have been waiting for this one all day. Item 12.16, council recess, will take place from the 10th of December till the 6th of January. Do I have any objections? No, there's no debate. So we are therefore taking recess for the record from the 10th of December until the 6th of January. Thank you very much. That concludes.
Recess hier, Speaker. Ek kan nie, ek jou vroeër gesê ek kan nie chat in die chatbox nie, want die ding, my device die my nie toe nie.
Councillor, I don't understand. There's no, we've completed everything. We've just basically now completed item 12.16. So I'm not sure. Okay.
Maar my hand was op Speaker, omdat ek juist vir jou vroeër gesê het, ek kan nie in die chatbox praat nie. En ek wil regtig my stem hard maak, ek wil nie vandag myself verloor nie. Ek probeer myself inhou, hoe moeilik dit ook al is, maar Speaker, jy laat my nie toe, laat ek begin my stem moet verrys nie.
Councillor.
Want ek raak frustreerd as jy, ek het vir u gesê vroeër, ek kan nie chat in my, op die chatbox nie. Ek gaan 'n video maak, dat jy dit kan sien.
Councillor, you're sitting with all of your members right next to you.
But what did you say this morning? You said we must use our own devices.
You are on
You
your
said
own.
it yourself.
Councillor, let me explain something. There's nothing stopping you on your own device. If your item for whatever reason, which I can't for the life of me understand, if your device cannot chat, you are sitting next to somebody who can type it in on your behalf. So to say that you can't chat, basically then is, I need to treat you differently to everybody else. I don't want to have arguments and stuff like that. So what the result is, please, why do we always have to have an argument about it? It's really not difficult. We've gone through, there's no debate. Okay, baie dankie, ek waardeer dit. Thank you. Councillors, we're going to move on to item 12.3. For the record, let me just get to that. 12.3 is the deletion of the existing database on job seekers for EPWP. The person bringing that item in, the first person to speak on that item is Councillor Neethling. Councillor Neethling, could you please?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think we all, if we read the submission on page 592, we'll all realize the problems that we have with the database.
Speaker, point of clarity, I didn't see the name of me, Councillor Neethling, on the speakers list.
Mr. Speaker, I'll carry on. And then what we did is we had a recommendation on page 594. And
councillors, Councillor Neethling, just 1 second, please. Councillor Neethling, just 1 second, please. Okay. First of all,
I just need to check because there's no name there.
Okay, councillors.
Thank you.
Councillor Neethling is the chairperson of the Section 80 committee. And the rules of order allow the chairperson of the committee to bring in the item. So therefore, I could not put his name, or the chief whip could not put his name at the front. He happens to be the chairperson of the committee, and he is therefore bringing it in. Councillor Neethling, could you please continue?
Thank you, Mr.
Which
Speaker.
committee, Speaker, sorry?
The recommendation is on page
So,
594.
Speaker, which rule that you applied that says is the chairperson of the committee must just end.
Councillor Nkumile, I have now seriously, you obviously do not have any respect for anybody in this meeting. I'm going to give you another warning for continuously disrupting this meeting and obstructing the continuation of business. I have told you that he is the chairperson, and the ruling is 28.2.7 to disregard any instructions or rulings of the speaker. It was discussed with me, and it was agreed that he could bring it in. And he is the chairperson of the committee, of the Section 80 committee, and he therefore has the right to bring it in. Please, let's get this meeting done. It's been a long day, and if you have any challenges, you are welcome to take them up in any manner that you'd like to after the meeting. Councillor Neethling, I'm going to apologize that you were interrupted because I'm sure that you have not interrupted anybody else while they were talking.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Then on page 594, we've got a recommendation that the council take note of this report as such. And item B is that the existing database will now be deleted. And then on item C is that we'll have a new list that will come into effect on the 1st of February. But those people that did apply in the meantime to be on a list, and my suggestion is on the box, on the chat box, but I would just like to amend it that all the existing EPW applications, that is item D, received from and after the 1st of September be included in the new database that will be operational from 1st of February. So we keep those people that applied from 1st of September in mind and take them over to the new list as well. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor. The next person to speak on this item is Councillor J.E. Councillor J.E., you have 2 minutes, please.
Speaker, is dit my praat?
Correct, ja.
Dankie. Speaker, ek sou graag wil geweet het hoekom word die databasis waaroor gaan dit delete word? Want weet jy wat is my concern, Speaker, oor hierdie EPWP databasis? Daar's mense wat nog vir jare op hy databasis is. En hulle was nog nooit 'n geleentheid gegee nie. En nou weer gaan hulle 'n geleentheid gegee word nie, want daar gaan ons nou dan obviously 'n nuwe databasis kom en dan sit hy mense weer by wie nommer, wag, ek word geïnterrupt, laat ons gou die manne kans gee, dan gaan ek weer praat. Speaker?
Sorry, Councillor J, who was interrupting you? Because nobody was interrupting.
Well, Councillor Neethling hy steek sy hand op terwyl ek praat.
Councillor, but everyone else is putting their hands up while everyone else is talking, but that doesn't interrupt anybody.
Maar okay, maar ons gaan maar voort. So hy kan miskien vir my antwoord deur te sê, hoekom gaan die databasis gedelete word? Wat is die rede daarvoor? En hoe gaan dit die mense help wat jare op by databasis is en hulle het nog nooit 'n call of enigiets gekry nie? Hoe lank gaan hulle nou weer met die nuwe stelsel weer wag?
Thank you. Can I ask for a translation first quickly? And then also, Councillor J, while I'm talking to you, could I please ask that the people in your vicinity please just put their volume down, because when you talk, it does echo extremely badly, and I'm sure that we would hear you a lot clearer should the background noise be eliminated. Thank you. Councillor Neethling, as the chairperson, you have the right to answer.
Yeah, translate eerst.
Okay, let's first translate and then we do the answer.
Uthi uceba wafuna nje uqonda into yokubana icinyelwa ntoni le database. Uthi ngoba ingxaki kunabantu abaneminyaka bekule database bengazange bakhe babizwa nakanye. Ngoku ayithethi ukuthi into yobana xa kucinywa le database abazuatshelwa ke ngoku abo bantu baneminyaka bekuyo. Uthi ngoba kuzawufakwa abanye abantu ukucinywa kwale. Ufuna nje uqonda into yobana ndizobanceda njani na aba bantu ekukudala bekule database kuze bazofikelela kule intsha ngoku. Kwaye isithini isizathu sokuba kucinywe le database?
Councillor Neethling, can you please reply as the chairperson?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. What I would like to advise our colleague councillor is that she should go to page 592, the last paragraph, explain everything. Thank you very much.
Ek het geweet jy gaan my nie kan antwoord nie, want ek ken jou maar so.
Ek lag maar net vir jou, dis al.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Neethling, please. Let's
Sorry, my mistake.
Thank you. Councillor, the next person to speak on this item is Councillor Kampe. You have 2 minutes. Councillor Kampe.
Oh, thank you, Speaker. Speaker, ezethu izimvo malunga nalomba odilithwa kwale data indala because of abantu bafumaneke and stuff. Ayongxaki le xa ulungisa idatha because egqibeleni akho use uba kubekho abantu abakwisystem abangafumanekiyo, kufumaniseka abantu bayaphangela. But iwari yam ngento ka-EPW is the fact that nina naba-exploit abantu bethu. U-EPW asango-old age home. Suppose uyatshintsha, encourage and improve ne-work employment kwi-youth. But esibona niqasha abantu abadala just because of nibazi babona, they don't mind, no one banika isente enjani. Niqasha abantu abadala bana-arthritis, abanamathambo aneswekile, abangakwaziyo lo msebenzi wenze because izitrade zisemziba mdaka still but sino EPW. Nina ingxaki niya-abuse ni xa nenza into okuthi ethemba lethu nakwezi kwi-area zethu nenza nje just for sake uba kuthiwa nenzile. Khona itshintsha i-database is fine, but anizobafaka abantu abatsha noba bakhona kula database anizobafowunela nibaqashe. Nizawucontinuisha nipush agenda yenu yoku-exploita abantu bethu, amama bethu abadala abakhulu sebebahlele ezindlini. Bathi grant zabo nibaqashe ku-EPW ibe iyouth yona ihlala apha phandle galivanta ingenamisebenzi. Because anifaka i-EPW because of anifuni ntoni le nto yayo uba mayistrike for izidingo zayo because umntu omtsha uzazibona xa eqhathwayo umasipala we-DA. Because uyayazi i-benefits, uyayazi ne-working rates bazithini, zisuppose uba xa usebenza hours zingakanani upeya malini. So anifuni loo nto lo lwazi uba lube exposed because aba bantu abafundanga abanasikolo bamkela nantoni na enibanika yona. So kule nto xa niphila ninyula abantu nifaka i-database, please faka nabantu abatsha. Sidinga abantu abatsha bahlala elokishini abaqhikazisa izindlu zethu abasibela izinto just because of abanamali. So please ke Nkosi.
Can we please use the translation?
Thank you, Speaker. Our opinions regarding this deleting of the old database, it's not a problem. You can update your system and put in some new information. But our concern, our main concern is the exploitation that you are busy with. You are exploiting our people. First of all, you should note that the EPWP is not an old age home where you employ old people, but it is supposed to develop skills, especially for the youth. Now, what is happening currently in this database or in this EPWP program, you are employing old people. Some of them are suffering from arthritis, diabetes, now who cannot properly do our job because our locations are dirty, because these people cannot function or do their functions as expected because they are old age. And we know that we are exploiting them in such a manner because they cannot say no to the job because they need it, but you don't want to employ the youth because the youth knows their rights and the youth knows the times and the rates they're supposed to be paid. Now you do not want to employ the youth, and we are actually tired of our youth that is breaking in our houses because of lack of employment. But these are the opportunities that they should be given so that they can go and upskill themselves instead of gallivanting in the locations and having nothing to do, where else we are stuck with the old people who are grateful for the position because they are old and they are needy and they do not complain of the rates that are being given to them. So that is the exploitation that we are talking about. Thank you.
Thank you. The next person to speak on this item is Councillor De Tooy. You have 3 minutes.
Baie dankie, Speaker. Kort en kragtig. Ek sekondeer raadlid se Neertling se aanbeveling soos hy dit gemaak het. Baie dankie.
Thank you very much, Councillor. That item has therefore been seconded. We do not need to go to the last speaker. Thank you very much. It's so carried. Then the next item on the agenda, if I am not mistaken, is item 12.7. Am I correct? 12.7, the quarterly report of the Audit Committee for the first quarter ended on the 30th of September 2022 to Council. And the person bringing this item into Council is Councillor Kruger. Councillor Kruger, you have 3 minutes.
Good afternoon, Speaker. It's been quite a journey. Annexure A will provide Council with feedback from the Audit Committee for the first quarter of the financial year. Various focus areas were identified and is elaborated on within this report. Some of these include performance, arrangement, housing grants, as well as general grants, which, as per the last page of the annexure, left the Audit Committee satisfied and pleased that George Municipality is continuing to make progress in overall governance, internal control, and risk management. I thus propose the recommendation that Council take note of the report as page 640. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Kruger. The next person to speak on this item is Councillor Lentu. Councillor Lentu, you have 3 minutes.
Molo Speaker. Hey, sizawuthetha oko sithetha into eyi-one. Because xa sithetha ngoku apha sithetha ngecala eliyi-one. Ngekuhle baSpeaker sithethe ngecala ngeGeorge yonke. Ngoku uthi lo bawo the George still continue to progress. Angathi the suburb itawuni yacontinuisha go-progress. Kuba kuthi akwenzeki into. Siyabona oomeya bafotele etawuni, bafota bekwiindawo ezirayithi ezintle etawuni. Qhafu, lanya, kumandi kubo. Uthi asoze umeya umbone efota naphaa kuthi. Nakho ezinto azenzayo phaa kuthi soze umbone. Andiyanoyika ke intakumba ke kwezi lokishi zethu. Asikwazi ke ngosithi iGeorge isaqhubekeka kakuhle. Ndayiva le item sithetha ngayo le recommendation. But ke yile nto uba mandikhe ndiyifake lo mba ndiwufake apha kuwe Speaker. Anilungiseni ithemba lethu. Esesitshilo esinye isithetha apha sathi le ntlanganiso namhlanje sozerisile because uSpeaker usicontrola ohlobo afuna usicontrola ngalo. But ke andikho lapho but makujongwe iilokishi zethu zabantu abamnyama abebala. Indawo yethu liyasojika and sivotelwe apha. Enkosini.
We have the translation, please.
Thank you, Speaker. It will seem or it will sound as if we are repeating the same thing, but we have to say it. It looks like we are only talking of one side of George. I hear the speakers talking about George that is still continuing to be in progress, but he should have said that the suburb side is. I see that the mayor, or I should say that the mayor is taking pictures in nice places, which are in town, in the suburbs, which shows that he is not shy of that side of the town. But you'll never see him taking pictures in our locations or in our places. I don't know what he is scared of, maybe scared of insects or. But he will never come proudly as our mayor and show himself in our locations. What I can say is our locations need to be fixed. We need to fix the black and the brown location because those are our location and our people voted for us in. So we will not keep quiet, but we'll continue fighting for the rights of our people. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next person to speak on this item, let me just confirm, is Councillor Gultig.
Thank you, Speaker. I state that the quarterly report reiterated by my colleague, Councillor Kruger, which shows a committee that is pleased with the continuous progress of George Municipality, which we can applaud for the great governance that is being done at the moment, with another applaud for administration that is providing us such excellent work. Therefore, I'm happy to second the recommendation of my colleague, Councillor Kruger.
Thank you very much. The item therefore carries. The next item on this agenda is item 12.8, which is the Shared Service Agreement, Public Service Delivery, George Municipality, Mossel Bay Municipality, and Hessequa Municipality. And this item will be brought in by Alderman van Wyk. You have 2 minutes, sir.
Thank you, Speaker. Yes, this item really flows from a level of cooperation and assistance that has existed for a fair period of time between our municipality, that of Mossel Bay, and that of Hessequa.
Speaker, laat die meier bietjie harder praat. Ek kan niks worry.
Thank you for bringing that to my attention. I will ask the mayor to please speak closer to the microphone, please.
Yes, I've just increased the volume over here, so hopefully that will work somewhat better. Yes, this item then flows from a history of assistance, of mutual assistance that has taken place between George, Mossel Bay and Esequa municipalities, where the municipalities have assisted each other whenever there has been some need for that. For instance, we have assisted Esequa when they needed a water tanker, and the same type of assistance takes place between ourselves and Mossel Bay when we need assistance in dealing with some water issues or electricity issues. And as a result of this, we've just felt that it is therefore appropriate that we then enter into a formal shared service agreement between ourselves that will then help to just give an element of coordination in how we will deal with that service. So that's what this agreement is. And we look forward to assisting each other. And I know this is welcomed both in Esequa and in Mossel Bay. So I propose. Thanks, Speaker.
Thank you very much, Alderman. The next person to speak on this item is Councillor N. Lowe. You have 2 minutes. Councillor.
Speaker.
Thank you very much, Councillor. The next person to speak on this item is Councillor Peterson. And as I've said before, I need to call his name out, but I believe they have left the meeting. I want to confirm. Thank you very much. The next person to speak on this item is Councillor Kampe. You have 2 minutes.
Thank you, Speaker kwakhona. Mayor, Speaker, uMayor makeke ungabi namqolo. Xa addressa okabe uthatha nge-water tankers ne-electricity issues. Kodwa ngoba i-table issue apha kwi-agenda benze imizekelo nge-land evictions, ne-law enforcement, ne-traffic law enforcement, ezinto zi-oppressa abantu bethu because abangabantu bethu abantu abathatha imihlaba illegal because bengenandawo zokuhlala. Ngoku xa athetha kwi-public ngoku akayimenshini le mizekelo bebe-announce apha instead uba because ngenze nemizekelo nge-social housing ne-disaster management. Ngoku lo
May I have the translation, please?
But ke is fine because egqibeleni nihleli isicinezela, qhubekani isicinezele. Imbovane yoyisa indlovu and we don't have we have an appointment with the future thina, not with i-present tense. So qhubekani kwalo mzuzu nisanawo amandla. Niqhubeka nisi-oppresse because egqibeleni anosherisha into ungenayo. Ungasherisha first song endlini bayi-7. Woyiswa kutyisa indlu lena abantu abayi-7 ufuna usherisha nabantu abangaphandle ngoba noyiswa yiGeorge kodwa nifuna usherisha nabanye abantu. Ntoni enizayishera?
Are you finished, Councillor?
Saqhuba kanti phethe senethuba.
We're going to ask for the translation, please. Councillor Kampe is finished speaking.
Thank you, Speaker. The latter speaker kept on breaking, so I'm just going to interpret what I heard. She spoke about the mayor being unreliable because when these issues were being addressed in the morning about the land invasion and people who are illegally illegal in sites, it was not properly, or it was not entertained. And the last part of that, and then she went off blank for that for about a few minutes. Then after that, I heard only her talking about us working. We are here to work for our people and for the future and not for the past tense. And I really could not make out, Speaker, because she kept on breaking.
Okay, I'm not quite sure how to deal with this, but we have given her the opportunity to talk. And I do think she made her point. I'm therefore going to ask that Councillor van Branders, and I'm sure the majority of the councillors that did hear her. Councillor van Branders, you are the last person to speak on this item. You have 1 minute, please.
Thank you very much, Speaker. I just want to second the recommendation made by Alderman van Wyk. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much, Councillor. I'm going to ask you to just give me a few seconds just to get my bearing straight. We are almost finished with the open agenda. There are a few items that I just want to confirm before we conclude. If my calculations are correct, the next item on the agenda that we need to complete is the item 7.1.4, which is the request for leasing of a coffee and craft shop at Pakkelsdorp Tourism Office. And I just want to confirm the people. The first person to speak on this item is Councillor Adams.
On page 73, we request for the leasing of a coffee shop and craft shop at Pakkelsdorp Tourism Centre. I propose that we accept the recommendation on page 79. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor.
Present.
Okay, thank you for that, Councillor J.E. You are the next speaker on the item. You have 2 minutes.
Speaker, Nirangela Rasa.
Okay, Councillor, thank you.
Okay. Speaker, waar is ons nou?
Councillor,
Okay, ja. Ja, Speaker, ek sien dat hier moet nou wat het ek geskryf? Ja, Here, vandag se raadsvergadering is regtig disgrace. Ja, dat die niemand lees die recommendation gooi daar, Brendan. Jy wat nou so lekker gelees het daar.
Councillor, it's
Speaker,
item
waar gooi ek is 'n bietjie gou in
7.1.4. It's on the screen. The recommendations are on the screen, Councillor.
Okay, Speaker, ja, die lease van hierdie gebou in Pakkelsdorp. Nou, Speaker, die deputy mayor het, ek dink 2 maande gelede in 'n raadsvergadering het hy genoem wat het COVID gedoen aan klein besighede ensovoorts, né? En ek het reeds gesê dis lekker om aan te praat oor die COVID, maar wanneer die mense in die situasies is, dan sien ons nou hierdie persoon wat nou huidigelik op die oomblik daar by daardie gebou is, wat daar hier. Nee mense aanneem en ai.
Councillor J, I must agree with you. I'm actually very disappointed. We are in the middle of a council meeting, and based on the background noise, it sounds like a party there, and it's actually very disturbing considering that we are on live. We are on YouTube, and this is, so please continue.
Nou, die persoon wat daar is, ek het gesien in 2019 het die persoon beginne, daar so by die gebou, en in 2020 Speaker, jy moet onthou toe begin die COVID. Met die gevolg is die persoon kon absoluut niks doen daar nie. Nou, hoekom kan ons nie vir die huidige persoon wat nou daar is, ook net hierdie lease verander na verleng, laat die persoon 'n verlengingstydperk kry om net ook 'n bietjie iets te maak uit hierdie situasie. Ek bedoel, Speaker, ons gaan hierso, daar was 'n item gewees van 'n Nedbank running club wat ons nou 'n verlenging tydsperk gee. Hoekom kan dieselfde nie vir hierdie persoon gebeur of vir hierdie persoon gedoen, selfe vergunning vir
I'm sorry, Councillor, your time is up.
Ek is gemute nou alweer.
I know, Councillor, your time is up, unfortunately. And unfortunately, you can thank your colleagues in the background for interrupting your 2 minutes. We have taken note of what you've said, and I'm sure that the councillors, we cannot make a decision on that now. So thank you very much. We take note of what you've said.
Speaker, ek wil vra dat hulle nie daarna moet dink, aan moet oorweeg dat die councillors dit
I've said,
oorweeg.
Councillor Jay, I've said to them that what you've said is taken note, and I'm sure that Councillor Adams has taken note of what you've said. So let's move on to the next speaker, Councillor Karulis. You have 1 minute. I have to do this out of necessity. They have left the meeting, and we are therefore going to continue with Councillor Roelofse. Councillor Roelofse, you have 1 minute, please.
Chair, Speaker, can you hear me? Yeah, thank you, Speaker. I support the recommendation of Councillor Brendan because the item in the recommendations also say that the municipal value will calculate the monthly rental amount for that, but the leasing of the premises must be done in terms of the supply chain management policy. And therefore, the recommendations say that this building must be put out on tender again. So therefore, I support the recommendation as per the pages on page 77 and page 78. I so propose. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor.
Gaan Brendan nog praat of gaan Roelofse nou het hy nog klaar gepraat? Miskien gaan Brendan nou luister wat ek gevra het.
Councillor, we have asked Councillor Adams to take note of what you've said, and he will deal with it at a later stage, obviously. You've asked him to take note of or to take cognizance of what you've said, and we'll take that further. Councillors, thank you very much. Councillors, the last few items on the open agenda are being reached. We are going to move now to item 7.2.1, and the item is the councillors' accounts in arrears for August 2022. The person bringing this item into council is Councillor Kruger. You have 2 minutes.
Thank you very much, Speaker. The Code of Conduct for Councillors is very clear in subsection 4 of section 8 of the Code of Conduct for Councillors, where it states, a councillor who is in arrears to the municipality for rates and services charged for a period longer than 3 months is in breach of the code. I thus fully support the recommendation and urge councillors to ensure to stay within the framework of the Code of Conduct. I thus propose. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor. The next person to speak on this item is Councillor E. Mdaka. You have 2 minutes, please.
Modern Speaker. Kubalu Speaker.
Sorry, Speaker. Speaker, I think YouTube is still on, Speaker.
Speaker, ixesha lam kulibambile ne because andikathethi kumntu othethayo. Uyawutsho uba mandiqale. Speaker.
Sorry, just 1 second, please. I don't understand who is over.
Yeah, there's someone who's been interjecting.
It's
Speaker,
Brendan. It's
Speaker,
Councillor
I'm saying that
Brendan.
YouTube is,
And
Speaker,
he is
we
still,
are-
his mic is still on.
Speaker, we are dealing with confidential. I'm just saying that YouTube is still open.
No,
This is
it's
not.
not.
Sorry, Councillor. This is not a confidential. This is open council.
Don't just slap when I
Okay, councillors,
No, Speaker,
councillors.
if it was us, this
I
side,
am
you should have said
councillor.
something.
I'm busy addressing it. If you allow me, instead of interjecting, I'm busy addressing Councillor Adams. Let me do my job, please. Councillor Adams. Councillor Adams. I'm going to take you to warn you, please do not interrupt. I'm going to give you your first warning for interjecting while a person is talking on the floor. I've said it all morning. I will not tolerate it, not from anybody. And you are therefore going to be charged with the fact that you are obstructing the continuation of business. despite the fact that you may have been misled or in the wrong position or whatever that may be, there is a process which you did not follow. I'm now asking Councillor Ndaka to please continue with... Can I ask for the same respect for myself while I'm talking, please? Councillor Ndaka, you are now to ask, I'm asking you to continue for 2 minutes, please.
Enkosi Speaker, enkosi kakhulu ngokungenelela. Speaker, kuyavakala okokuba ngabana xa kukho amatyala loo nto mayithathelwe ingqalelo ilandelelwe. Kodwa ke into emayenzeke Speaker kukuba ngabana zithi iikhansila xa zicela okokuba ngabana zinikwe ithuba loo nto yenzeke. Ingenzeki ngokwendlela enxamnye nezigqibo zabo. Umntu xa esenza i-arrangement ayinikwe ngolu hlobo azawukwazi ngalo ukuyibhatala. And okwesibini Speaker, sike saqaphela okokuba ikakhulu kutshutshiswa elinye icala ngakumbi eli le-opposition zide zifakwe apha ezo nto, kodwa siva nto kweli cala lenu le-DA. Kona kuhlo okokuba amatyala agqogqwe uba imali siyayifuna, but abantu banikeni okokuba ngabana xa efuna ukwenza arrangements enze arrangements ngolu hlobo imali yakhe imvumela ngalo, because anikwazi umsikela nithi ngoku makavele akhuphe imali yonke. Uzawutya ntoni? Uzawathatha apha amandla owuthetha apha, uzawathatha apha amandla ophangela, uzawathatha apha amandla okondla abantwana, ngoba kaloku akekho umntu ongene kula matyala esazi. Loo nto ke ngoku ithetha ukuthi abantu baveleni, sanubabetha nibabethe ngestresi sobafuna imali sebengenayo. Mamelani xa bethetha, uba ndithi ndifuna afode i-R50, umntu afode i-R50. Enkosi Speaker.
Thank you. Can we have a translation,
Thank
please?
you, Speaker. Thank you, Speaker. Yes, we understand that there are accounts, and it is of vital importance that every account should be collected, or every money that is owed should be collected and followed up. That is the right procedure to be done and to be taken. But Speaker, it seems like that you don't afford people opportunity to make payment arrangements, because whenever a person comes and want to make an arrangement, you want to come and tell them precisely how to pay the amount. But when a person comes and say, I can only afford R50 at such a time, that should be accepted. But remember that we are not proud of having these debts, and we know that we are in debt. Therefore, we want to pay such amounts that has been requested by us, but allow us to make payment arrangements so that we can be able to live, because that is what we can afford at the point in time. And it seems like it is only one side that is being persecuted with these accounts. We don't hear from the other side. It is only the opposition that their cases even come to council, but we don't hear about the other councillors as to what happens to their bills or what is the arrangement that they are busy. Please consider when you are taking such decisions that we are people and we need to live, we need to feed our families, and our cases need to be taken in account. So please, when we come to make arrangements, let those arrangements be accepted as asked. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Paulus. The next person to speak on this item is Councillor Tampi. You have 1 minute, please. Councillor Tampi. Okay, I have given enough opportunity. I believe some of the councillors are also not at their computers, so I'm going to continue with this meeting. I have called twice and there's no answer. I'm therefore asking Councillor von Brandes to, as the last speaker, to reply.
Thank you very much, Speaker. Speaker, I would like to second the recommendation made by my colleague, Councillor Kruger, on page 118. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much, Councillor. We're all in favour then. We can move on. The next item on the agenda, if I am not mistaken, is item 7.2.6. Just 7.2.3. 7.2.3. 7.2.3, request for the renewal of the lease of agreement with the Nedbank Running Club and the old squash courts building in Meehan Street, Heather Park. The first person to talk on this item is Councillor Brown. You have 2 minutes.
Thank you, Speaker. An application was received from the Nedbank Running Club in which they request a renewal of the contract. The present lease agreement expires on the 31st of October 2022. So, Speaker, I hereby submit to Council the following recommendations A to E as set out on pages 126 and 127. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Brown. The next person to speak on this item, you have 1 minute. Councillor J.E.
Struggle 'n bietjie, so ons gaan dit pas. Dankie.
Thank you. So you pass. We're going to continue. Thank you. The next person to speak on this item is Councillor Carolus. Once again, I'm going to call his name for purposes of the record. I'm going to repeat, Councillor Carolus. I believe they've left the meeting. I'm therefore going to continue to the next speaker, Councillor De Tooy. You have 3 minutes.
Baie dankie Speaker. Speaker, as die DP het nie 'n probleem dat Nedbank weer hierdie gebou by ons hier nie, maar ek wil net iets noem. Ek bly in daardie area en wanneer hierdie mense by mekaar kom om te draf, partykeer is dit tot laat aand, is die strate vol en daar's heel wat verkeer wat daar ry. Dit gaan vir my oor die veiligheid van hierdie mense. Miskien moet ons net kyk daarna en dat hulle vra omdat hulle meer veilig sal wees, nie 4 langs mekaar hardloop nie, maar dat hulle meer die motoriste ook in ag neem daar. Dankie Speaker.
The councillor with the bleeding heart, I'm sure that somebody will take it up with him. Thank you, councillor. Can we have a translation, please?
Thank you, Speaker. Councillor uthi akanangxaki yena akanangxaki bana bangaphinda iyongezwe isivumelwano sabo, kodwa ke uthi yena uhlala phaa kulangingqi futhi ke uba khona futhi uyababona xa bepractice ngokungazi ke for baba baninzi ingase xa bebaleka bangabaleki 4-4 ngoba kaloku netraffic iba ninzi, ngoko ke loo nto ibangela uba nje kube khona ukungahlangani kakuhle, ngoku uzawucela into yobana kuthethwe nabo, kodwa ke akanangxaki bana isivumelwano sabo singandiswa.
Thank you very much. The last person to speak on this item is Councillor Windvai. Councillor Windvai, are you available? Can you answer, please? You have 1 minute. Councillor Windvai. Sorry, Councillor America, I see your hand is up. Is Councillor Windvai with you?
Speaker, I second the proposal. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. I presume Councillor Windvai has got a problem with her computer again. All right, thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. That item is then carries. We then move on to the next item, which is then, let me just confirm. It is confirmed, item 7.2.6, which is the George Municipality Town Planning Policy on house taverns, places of leisure and places of entertainment in single residential neighborhoods. September 2022. The first person to speak on this item is Councillor Hill. You have 3 minutes.
Yes, thank you, Speaker. Thank you, colleagues. Let me just start off by applauding the Town Planning Department, Director Waring and their staff for progressive work that they are doing in revising policies and also bringing bylaws to the table. And the one in front of us is the 2014 former policy on house taverns and shebeens, which will now be the
town planning policy on house taverns, places of leisure and places of entertainment in single residential neighborhoods. The George Council adopted the draft policy before us in March 2020 already for the purpose of further engagement with councillors, and that engagement after several hiccups, if I may call it that. That workshop took place on the 24th of June 2022, where additional inputs were made into the policy. The revisions that were brought in is shown on page 141 of the recommendation before us. And the Town Planning Department and the committee, Section 80 now, is of the opinion that the revisions made to that policy is in order and that we can now move forward with that as it is on the table. So I want to take you to page 144 of the agenda, that that the recommendation for this policy before us, September 2022, be adopted. I propose accordingly, Speaker. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Councillor Hill. The next person to speak on this item is Councillor Mantele. Councillor, you have 3 minutes.
Manibulise nami Speaker. 1718 awunikimizwe emithathu. ANC thina asiphasi le policy, sifuna ukuthi mayiphinde workshop ngoba if ngikhumbula kahle kwakukhona izimbo ezehlukileyo ku workshop, yaphela i-workshop inqunyanyisa ibuya umva ukuthi mayiphindwe, izawuphinde i-workshop. Ngoku siva seyithathwa isizwa njenge-item ukuthi kufuneke approve. Thina si-ANC sithi makuqale ijongwe and ivulelwe even naba ne-owners e-tavern ukuthi zithi ukuhlomla nazo kulomba, ingasuke nje iqweqwediswe njengokuba usiqweqwedisa nawe uSpeaker apha eBhungeni. So sicela ukuthi thina ijongwe macala onke, siya-understanda kujongwa i-safety, uba makubekho i-safety. Le safety ijongwa mayijongwe macala. Sicela thina iphinde ibuyiselwe umva, iphinde ihambe yoqwalaselwa kakuhle, kuzonikwa abanikazi abethaveni bazofaka ezabo izimvo. Enkosi.
Yeah, thank you, Speaker. As the ANC,
Continue,
As-
Mr. Policy.
as the ANC, we are not in support of this policy because if we can remember, it was workshopped, but we were not finished. There was not a decision that was been taken, and then it was requested that because there were different views that came out and opinions that came up at the workshop. So now we see it is brought up as an item in this meeting today, and therefore we are not in support. We want it to be workshopped again, and so that the owners' views can also, the tavern owners can also be considered of their opinions and views, because safety must be looked at both sides. So this must be referred back so that it can be workshopped again. Thank you.
Thank you. The next person to speak on this item is Councillor Lowe. You have 1 minute. Or Lowe, sorry.
Dankie Speaker. Speaker, dat is reg, daar was 'n workshop gehou oor hierdie policy. By daardie workshop was bevind en erken deur die amptenary dat die policy nog 'n bietjie werk benodig. Daar was veranderinge gemaak en dan sou daardie veranderinge eers weer aan die raadslede voorgehou word. Iewers moes iets verkeerd gegaan het, want hier eindig die beleid dan nou op die raad sonder die amptenaar nadat dit gekom het soos beloof. Wanneer gaan die DA dan op met hierdie tipe verrigtinge en waar die policy nou swaar so waarslegs goedgekeur gaan word deur die DA meerderheid ten koste van ons gemeenskappe? Ons moet ook erken die policy benadeel net bruin en swart gemeenskappe. Die policy is iets wat hierdie raad baie versigtig mee moet wees. Goed ondersteun nie die policy nie en dit moet eers weer geworkshop word voor dit aanvaar word. Baie dankie.
Time. Thank you, Councillor Lowe. You can put your microphone off. The next person to speak on this item is Councillor Carolus. I'm going to say it again, just for the record.
Translation, please.
Thank you, Speaker.
My humblest apologies. Sorry.
Translator, please.
Thank you. I've heard the message. Mr. Paulus, please translate.
Thank you, Speaker. Thina siyigodi uthi ke asichasi lo mgaqo-nkqubo okanye le policy asichasi thina siyigodi. Ewe siyavuma ibikhona i-workshop ibibanjiwe okanye belukhona ucweyo belubanjiwe, kodwa ke kwakhona izinto ezithile abaphangeli okanye officials bekufuneka zilungisile. Thina sishiyene apho kwezo ngqondo into yokubana siyawuphinde sibizwe kuzophinda kukhankanywe imiba ethile nethile kufuneka ilungisiwe. Ngoku siyothuka xa siyibona le policy nantsi ilapha namhlanje kwibhunga ukubana mayiphunyezwe. Ngoko ke thina sithi singulo mbutho i-DA iza kuyiyeka nini nale nto ucinezela, because ikhangeleke ngathi lo mgaqo-nkqubo ucinezela thina abantu bebala, ucinezele nabantu abamnyama. Ngoko ke asixhasi thina ukuba mayiphunyezwe namhlanje le policy. Enkosi.
Thank you very much. Once again, I apologize for passing the translation. I'm going to go back and ask for Councillor Carolus for the last time. And then I'm going to ask Councillor Nkumile. You have 2 minutes. Councillor Nkumile, you have 2 minutes to present you.
Councillor is muted. Unmute him.
Councillor, nobody is muted. He can unmute himself. I can't unmute him. Sorry.
Speaker, it is.
Councillor Toto, I can assure you.
Now I'm unmuted. Now I'm unmuted.
Well, thank you for unmuting yourself, Councillor Nkumile.
Yes, this thing of remote control, yeah. We are controlling us like robots. Yeah, now it's 1727, Speaker. We must remember that Systems Act, right and duties of municipal councillors. Yeah, Speaker, our duty is to exercise the municipality's executive and legislative authority and use resources of the municipality in the best interest of the local communities. Now, in this policy, we are totally opposing this policy, Speaker, as my colleagues have already said that the policy was in the process of Ilanduza. Speaker, yes, we were busy. What you call this thing? Or workshopping this policy. Now I'm surprised to hear that we must recommend or what was still on the workshop processes. So we are totally opposing this policy as EFF. We want to put it on record that is the same thing or is the same conduct this George municipality or DA led coalition municipality is exercising their rights of power when it comes to these policies. It's the same thing that have happened with the Go George rollout. You didn't want to listen, and then our meeting have ended up not in a right manner because many of these councillors have opposed, and then there was never a fair conduct that was allowed.
Time, Councillor, time. Thank you.
Yes, I'm wrapping up. So,
No, Councillor, your time is up. Sorry. So you've made your point. You've said that you oppose. Thank you. Unfortunately, I'm going to continue. The last person to speak on this item is Councillor Fichland.
Speaker, thank you. I second the proposal made by Councillor Hill. Thank
you very much, Councillor Fichland. We take note of all the comments and the item is therefore seconded and we continue. Councillors, that brings us to the end of the items. I just need to go back for a few seconds. There are some items that we missed. Item 8, which is motions or proposals deferred from previous meetings. There were none. There were no motion. The motion that was presented was withdrawn earlier. So there is no new motion. We can continue that. And then Councillor Camille, regarding your motion that you've placed, that you want a motion of exurgency, I'm going to draw your attention to the Rules of Order, item 17, debate management. And I suggest you read there from 17.1, at least 24 hours prior to a meeting of council, the political whips and the parties in council must provide the chief whip and items list showing 17.1.1, which items on the agenda for that meeting are to be debated and for which items written amendment proposals will be submitted. Item 17.1.2, any motions of exurgency in terms of Rules 32, which members intend to table. I therefore say that the motion of exurgency was not tabled correctly, and I therefore am going to ask that we move on to item 10. Item 10, which is matters at the discretion of the Speaker. I think we have all had enough of my voice for one day. I have nothing. Item 11, urgent matters by the Municipal Manager. Municipal Manager, do you have anything urgent that you would like to bring to the attention of Council?
No, Speaker, I don't.
Thank you very much. So noted, councillors, and then we have gone through the open agenda. Can corporate just confirm that I have in fact covered all the items in the open agenda before I ask that the YouTube channel be closed and that this meeting goes over to a confidential meeting? Could you please confirm for me that there is nothing outstanding, Nicole?
Speaker, we have dealt with all the items in the open agenda.
I thank you very much. I therefore ask that we have an adjournment for 5 minutes so that we can make sure that the YouTube is cancelled. And I also want to ensure that we are then in a confidential stage before we reconvene this meeting. I therefore ask that we have a body break. It is now 17:33, bearing in mind that we have a load shedding in 25 minutes. Can I ask you please to reconvene and be online by 22 so we can do the last few items. And I thank you for your diligence and your loyalty in getting back as quickly as possible. So let's get back here at 22. That gives us 20 minutes and that we should be finished by about 6:30.
Speaker. Sorry, Speaker, man. Councillor Mangaile and Councillor Antonjini won't be available when we come back. They've got ITP meeting, ITP meeting, so they are leaving now. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you for the notification.